What up? What up? What's good? What's good, y'all? How y'all doing? About to see what's good on this Friday afternoon. But yeah, man. So there's a lot of stuff that's gonna be going down. I'm just, doing a little update to the little shooting in Georgia. Yeah, that madness. You see what I'm saying? Just doing an update to that. So, and I got this another mass shooting. They had another high school, man. So we all know how this is kind of strange, man. All these shootings, kind of weird, man. An election year like this, but we're gonna get right into it. So I'm getting into this and the other one. All right, so let me see. Let me do the little invite thing real quick. My little let me see. All right, hold on. Just in case anybody else want to jump off from the group. That link. That link is sent. It's being sent. All right, so we're gonna talk about this situation. Another one too. I got a couple of clips I'm gonna play. Got Zach Hubbard, a couple of people I'm gonna play from Gematria Effects. We're gonna tune into and really break this thing down, man. This whole shenanigans thing, man. So without further ado, you know what I'm saying? I'm just gonna get down to the nitty-gritty. All right. We'll watch Gematria Effects. But first let me see this latest news about the dad being arrested, right? On the computer wants to act funny. All right, hold up. Damn, before I could even finish. All right, so we want to check out. I already do how I do.
Two students and two teachers, has been charged with felony murder, and his father has also been arrested and charged in the case. The father is accused of knowingly allowing his son to possess a weapon, which police describe as a semi-automatic assault-style rifle.
Officials say that he gave the child the gun as a Christmas present, despite previous online school shooting threats. Mary Beth McDade, live on News Center tonight with the latest on this. Mary Beth.
All right, so
yeah, Rick and Cher, this is only the second time in this country that prosecutors are holding parents responsible for their children's actions, in this case, alleged actions, when it comes to school shootings.
Right.
The GBI has arrested Colin Gray, age 54, in connection to the shooting here at Appalachia High School.
Colin Gray is the father of the Georgia school shooting suspect, 14-year-old Colt Gray. The father has been charged with 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter, 2 counts of second-degree murder, and 8 counts of cruelty to children.
Mr. Gray,
cruelty
these
to children.
charges
I never heard of that charge.
from Mr. Gray knowingly allowing his son, Colt.
What is cruelty to children? I never heard of that charge. I never heard of nothing like that. I'm about to Google that and look that up in any kind of excuse me, Georgia state law. I never heard of that. It's very strange. Cruelty to children. I heard of cruelty to animals. Let's go.
To possess a weapon.
Okay.
Authorities wouldn't say if the charges are connected to reports that he bought his son an assault rifle this past Christmas. However, they did reveal that 7 months prior, in May 2023, Colt had been investigated for making online threats to carry out a school shooting. Authorities questioned both Colt and Colin. Colt denied making the threats, and Colin told investigators he had hunting guns in the home, but his son did not have unsupervised access to them. When authorities searched the Gray home shortly after yesterday's massacre, they reportedly found clues that Colt was obsessed with mass shootings.
Colt
How are
Gray,
you
who
obsessed
was
with mass
arrested
shootings? How is
yesterday
somebody
in this
obsessed with
incident,
mass shootings?
has now been charged.
Does that make any sense? How is somebody obsessed with mass shootings? Does he have a mass shooting memorabilia in his house? What does he have? Tapes and recordings of mass shootings? Does he got posters of Columbine? I don't. How could somebody be obsessed with mass shootings? That's just. I mean, can people be obsessed with serial? I don't. I don't know. I guess I don't know. I mean, maybe it's just me. I don't know.
With 4 counts of felony murder.
Colt is accused of going on a shooting rampage at his high school Wednesday, killing 2 fellow students, Mason Schermerhorn, an autistic student, and Christian Angulo, both 14 years old. He's also accused of killing.
Notice how one of them his name is Mason and one of them his name is Christian. Isn't that kind of interesting? One of them is a Christian and one of them is a Mason. Let's go.
2 beloved math teachers, 53-year-old Christina Urimi and 39-year-old Richard Aspinwall. Aspinwall was also the football coach.
Coach was an amazing guy. He pushed us to be great at what we did and for our team.
As the community continues to heal, there is some good news to report about the 9 other students and teachers who were injured.
The 9 injured, I am very happy to say, will make a full recovery.
Wow, what a coincidence.
And Colt Gray is expected to make his first court appearance tomorrow morning at 8:30 Georgia time. For now, reporting live here in News Center, Mary Beth McDade.
So that's 11:30, right? 8:30 Georgia time would be no, excuse me, I'm tripping. Wait, 11. Oh, wait, okay. 11:30 Georgia time. I mean, wait, no, 8:30 Georgia time. Maybe 5:30 our time. Very interesting.
You guys in the studio.
Mary Beth, thank you. Details tonight in
It's
a
crazy how everything is dragging
Georgia
out.
School shooting. The 14-year-old suspect, who police say shot and killed 2 students and 2 teachers, has been charged with felony murder, and his father has also been arrested and charged in the case. The father is accused of knowingly allowing his son to possess a weapon, which police describe as a semi-automatic
Where's the proof?
assault.
How do we know that? Where's the proof that he allowed him to do that, though? I mean, huh? Did he say that in his mouth? He said a Christmas present. That rifle that they found, was that the Christmas present?
Rifle.
Officials say that he gave the child the gun as a Christmas present, despite previous online school shooting threats. Mary Beth McDade, live in the News Center tonight with the latest on this. Mary Beth.
Yeah, Rick and Cher, this is only the second time in this country that prosecutors are holding parents responsible for their children's actions.
Why is that?
In this case, alleged actions when it comes.
Why would that be, though? Why would this be the only second time in history? That kind of, y'all don't think that's kind of a red flag right there? So this case is that serious that this is the second time in history that they would charge a parent? And why just him? Why not the mom? See, that doesn't make no sense. See, now they're picking and choosing now. That lets you know this media is crazy. So see, here we go with this narrative of charge the dad and not the mom, right? Go after one parent. Kind of, y'all don't notice that? Kind of like.
It's just school shootings.
The GBI has arrested Colin Gray, age 54, in connection to the shooting here at Appalachia High School.
Colin Gray is the father of the Georgia school shooting suspect, 14-year-old Colt Gray. The father has been charged with 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter, 2 counts of second-degree murder, and 8 counts of cruelty to children.
Mr. Gray, these charges stem from Mr. Gray knowingly allowing his son, Colt, to possess a weapon.
Authorities wouldn't say if the charges are connected to reports that he bought his son an assault rifle this past Christmas. However, they did reveal that 7 months prior, in May 2023, Colt had been investigated for making online threats to
And what is it?
carry out a school
So
shooting.
what is it investigated? What does that consist of? Investigated. What does that consist of? Because nothing happened to him. So how was he they say investigated what? For what? What they do? Did they go to his house? Would they question him? Did they raid his house? Did they keep tabs on him and watch on him and stake his house out and you know what I'm saying? I don't. Did they document his every move? I don't get it. I'm confused. When they say investigate.
Authorities questioned both Colt and Colin. Colt denied making the threats, and Colin told investigators he had hunting guns in the home, but his son did not have unsupervised access to them. When authorities searched the Gray home shortly after yesterday's massacre, they reportedly found clues that Colt was obsessed with mass shootings.
What does that mean?
Colt Gray, that was arrested yesterday for this incident, has now been charged with 4 counts of felony murder.
Colt is accused of going on a shooting rampage at his high school Wednesday, killing 2 fellow students, Mason Schermerhorn, an autistic student, and Christian Angulo, both 14 years old. He's also accused of killing 2 beloved math teachers, 53-year-old Christina Urimi and 39-year-old Richard Aspinwall. Aspinwall was also the football coach.
Coach was an amazing guy. He pushed us to be great at what we did and for our team.
As the community continues to heal, there is some good news to report about the 9 other students and teachers who were injured.
The 9 injured, I am very happy to say, will make a full recovery.
And Colt Gray is expected to make his first court appearance tomorrow morning at 8:30 Georgia time. For now, reporting live here in News Center.
They already know the time and everything, huh?
Send back.
The arrest of Colin Gray comes after the Fox 5
So Colin Gray or Colton Gray? Wait, Colin. Wait, I'm confused.
Trying to learn more about this father and
So
his
the guy-
son.
Late
the
today,
dad's name
the
is
I-Team
Paul.
obtained a recording of a sheriff's office interview of both Grays, recorded after the FBI received a tip last year about a threat to shoot up a school.
Do you have weapons in the house?
I do.
Are they accessible to him?
They are. I mean, there's nothing loaded, but they are down.
Okay.
We do a lot of shooting. We do a lot of deer hunting. He shot his first deer this year. Like, I don't know. I don't know anything about him saying like that, and I'm gonna be mad as hell if he did. And then all the guns will go away.
Yeah.
And they won't be
What you mean mad as hell? Your son is charged with murder, bro, and you're charged. What are you talking about?
accessible to him. You know, I'm trying to be honest with you, I'm trying to teach him about firearms and safety and how to do it all and get him interested in the outdoors.
Now, that's just a portion of the Jackson County Sheriff's Office interview.
Fox 5 I-Team reporter Johnny Edwards says it's part of an emerging picture of a troubled family and some missed warning signs.
From what we're learning, Colt Gray's home life was fraught with problems. Police reports and court records concerning his parents, Colin and Marcy Gray, reveal a broken family. Colt living with his father, his two younger siblings living with their mother. Marcy Gray was arrested late last year for scratching her husband's truck. Then when they arrested her, police say they found her with methamphetamines, fentanyl, and a glass pipe. She was sentenced to 46 days in jail. Also last year, Colt Gray and his father received a visit from Jackson County Sheriff's investigators. They were looking into an FBI tip. Apparently, someone on a gaming app had threatened to shoot up a middle school. They believed Colt may have been involved. According to incident reports, the then 13-year-old told investigators he didn't make those threats. Here's a sheriff's investigator talking to Colt Gray.
I promise I will never say something.
So that's how you know. Honestly, I mean, it doesn't work like that, man. Law enforcement, it just doesn't. They're not going to give you trial chances and stuff like that, man. You make one accusation like that, you're going to get a felony, man. That's called terrorist threats. You can't make threats like that and just get questioned, and that's that, and whoop-de-doo, la la la. It don't work like that. You see what I'm saying? No, he didn't get charged with nothing, huh? See, they didn't even say if he got charged with anything. You know what I mean? That's the thing. You just got questioned. That was that. and you was able to go on your merry way? It doesn't work like that. All right. Sorry about that. All right. Let's play the rest of this thing, man.
So you haven't used Discord in a few months?
Oh, no.
And you're saying you didn't say anything like that?
No, the only thing I have is TikTok, but I just go around there and watch videos.
Colt's father told police he did have guns in the house. He said they were accessible but not loaded. He said he and his son would go hunting and shooting together. He said he wanted his son away from video games and into the outdoors. Colt even shot his first deer that year. Colin Gray also told police his son had problems at school, including being picked on.
I've been up to school, like I'm on first name. I just was up there 3 days ago for his finals, talking to the principal, like, look, we talk about it quite a bit. All the school shootings, things that happen.
Yeah.
Are you getting picked on at school? He is. He's getting picked on at school. And is everything okay? That's why I keep going up there.
After that talk, police left. They weren't able to substantiate the tip. Here's where a breakdown may have occurred. The Jackson County Sheriff tells us she believes her department alerted Jackson County schools, telling them keep monitoring Colt Gray. In an email obtained by the I-team,
What
the
does
sheriff's
monitoring
captain tells
consist
the
of? What does that
FBI.
consist of? I'm confused. What is monitoring him? What does that consist of? What watching him or listening to? I'm confused. You see how non-detailed they try to act like they're giving you detail, but there's no detail. It's like, what does that mean? Monitor them, you know what I mean?
We have made area schools aware and will monitor this subject. But by that point, Colt Gray had already finished 8th grade at Jefferson Middle School. By 9th grade, he and his father had moved to a different county, and that's where he started at Appalachia High School in Barrow. This is what we're still trying to figure out, if that alert from Jackson County carried over to the new school districts, and what would monitoring even mean? We don't know. Johnny Edwards, Fox 5 News.
Wow. All right.
Discover your perfect combination at Pechanga Resort Casino, where you can rock and roll, sip and slide, twist and shout.
Another courtroom scene this time takes us back to the state of Georgia, and that community still reeling, brokenhearted, after a school shooting at Appalachia High School killed 4 and injured 9 others. The suspected gunman appeared in court for the first time. We're talking about 14-year-old Colt Gray. He heard the judge deny his bond in front of a packed courtroom. By the way, that courtroom also saw the accused shooter's father in handcuffs. You see him here rocking back and forth. This is Colin Gray, read his rights, and the judge also denied him bond. That father faces a slew of charges: second-degree murder, involuntary manslaughter, and cruelty to children. And we are also now getting new details about the 2023 FBI interview with both the suspect and the father, following up on a report that they perhaps should go to that house and ask some questions. CBS News has obtained audio from that conversation. We wanted to let you listen.
All right. Do you have weapons in the house?
I do.
Are they accessible to him?
They are. I mean, there's nothing loaded, but they are down. All the school shootings, things that happen.
Yeah.
Are you getting picked on at school? He is. He's getting picked on at school, and is everything okay? That's why I keep going up there.
Yeah.
You know, because you never really know, and I don't want anything to happen to him. So
being honest with me, I'm not saying you're lying, but it's
seriously,
it's not unusual for people to lie to the police. Okay.
He's familiar with that too.
They're laughing about it. What's so funny?
You hear
about
laughter there, but now very serious.
What's so funny about it? See, that's what I'm saying. Why would you be laughing at us? You know what I mean? I don't know. Y'all probably don't think, I don't know. I think it's a little bit of crisis acting going on to me. So. Let's go.
This matter. We're also hearing from District Attorney Brad Smith about potential new charges that could be coming against that suspect. Listen.
There will be additional charges on Colt Gray. When he was taken into custody on Wednesday, we did not have the identities or the conditions of the other victims, so we were not able to charge on those offenses. So when the evidence comes in and they've been able a chance to heal physically, emotionally, and spiritually, we will get with them, and there will be additional charges that address the other victims in the case.
CBS News anchor and correspondent Jerika Duncan at that very courthouse. Jerika, I cannot imagine how difficult it would be for the families to sit in that courtroom and hear all of this evidence and actually see them in person.
Yeah, Reed, honestly, when I saw the amount of people that were coming in, they were two groups of families that were let in by court advocates. The first group was about 9 or 10, and then another group, about 7 or 8 or so family members sitting right there in the front row. And as you mentioned, the first time being able to lay eyes on the person that is accused of killing their loved one. Not only, again, did we hear or see rather Colt Gray, but we saw his father, Colin Gray. And as you just heard in that audio that CBS News obtained, he seemed to be very serious about the allegations made that his son was somehow connected to making comments on Discord that he was planning to shoot up a school. Something else that was in that 8-minute audio clip that CBS News obtained is he said that his son gets flustered, doesn't think straight. He tried to put your arms around him and make sure he's good, talking about his conversations with school administrators regarding his son. He said him and his wife had just split up. 2 of those kids went with the wife. Colt went with him, and that he was really struggling and having a hard time. So painting a little bit more of a picture about what was going on at home. But this is something that I found really interesting, Reed. He said, I'm going to be mad as hell if he did. And this is referencing the sheriff's deputy saying to him that we think he may have made these threats online. He went on to say, and then with all the guns and all of the things, all the guns will go away, he said, and they won't be accessible to him. Those, again, were the words of Colin Gray, the father of Colt Gray, when asked about these allegations he made more than a year ago, saying, again, I'm going to be mad as hell if he did. And then all of the guns will go away and they won't be accessible to him. Obviously, that did not happen because we learned that he then gifted his son with the weapon that was used in this mass shooting 7 months later as a Christmas gift.
Yeah, all the guns did not go away. Jerika, what happens now to both suspects? When can we expect to see them back in court?
So this was the first court appearance, and in Georgia, they do a first court appearance followed by the grand jury, which will convene, not open to the public, October 17th, a preliminary hearing scheduled for.
Let's go into this.
No matter who you are.
So why does Sandy Hook people see this? Let's see. Now this is kind of strange. You know, if you involved in Sandy Hook, why would you compare this? Why would you? Kind of weird.
What you.
The father allegedly gave the gun to his son, despite knowing that his son was a threat to others. What other evidence could play a major role for prosecutors here?
So, Jake, the key that prosecutors have to establish is that the father acted recklessly. And so to that end, I think prosecutors are going to be drawn to the fact that last year, in May of 2023, Georgia police visited the home because of complaints about the son posting online, fantasizing about a school shooting. So I would be looking to prove, A, that the father knew about that visit, and B, that the father knew about those postings. I think if you combine that with the fact that the father then gave the 14-year-old an AR-15 as a gift, I think you have a strong case there.
And Ellie, this is the second time
in
the history of the United States where a court has held parents responsible for the child's alleged actions in a school shooting. Is this?
You're just going to tell on himself and say that he gave it to him, right? Kind of weird. All right, let's go.
Is this going to become a prosecutorial trend, do you think? And how could this impact what happens in this case, impact future cases?
I do think this is the start of a trend, Jake. Now, that's not to say that every parent will get charged in a school shooting case. Every case has to rise and fall on its own merits. But I can tell you for sure that when prosecutors come across a rare and extreme circumstance like this, they will get together and say, have we seen anything like this before? And how has it been charged in the past? And now prosecutors in the future, unfortunately, will have two examples, the Michigan case, and now this one, where parents contributed allegedly to what happened and have been charged. So I do think in the future, sadly, we are going to see more charges along these lines.
And the prosecutors say that more charges are going to come against
That's the kid. Why didn't I show
suspected teen shooter? Which ones are you expecting?
I think we will see charges
What up,
related to all
man?
the individuals who were shot and injured but not killed, and that's not unusual, Jake. Typically what you see is the murder charges get lodged immediately so that police can make an arrest, so that the shooter can be put in custody, taken off the streets, and then you'll see the other lesser charges, still very important, but lesser charges, aggravated assault, attempted murder. I think those are going to follow soon.
Ellie Honig, thanks so much. CNN's Isabel Rosales is in Georgia, and she brings us now more on today's court hearing and a community experiencing horrific grief.
You're charged with 4 counts of felony murder.
I'm sorry, that does not look like the same kid in that picture, man. The kid in that picture looked way bigger and way heavier set, like a skinny, small. That doesn't even look like the same person. Let's go.
14-year-old suspect in
That
the
does not
Georgia
look
high
like the
school
same
shooting.
person in that picture in that thumbnail I got. Come on, man. That does not look like the same person. That person is way bigger, way more meat on their bones.
In court today, with
How
families
skinny that person is.
of the victims just feet behind him. If convicted, Colt Gray would be the youngest mass school shooter since 1998.
The penalty for the crimes for which you are charged does not include death. It includes life without the possibility of parole or life with the possibility.
But damn, but okay, so if that was anybody else that would have killed 4 people, they wouldn't get that. They would have been eligible for the death penalty. I'm confused. Is it just because he's a kid, or what's going on with this? Some see changing the case law.
Parole.
Just minutes after the suspected shooter left the courtroom, where he did not enter a plea.
Why does he have different? Why he got the blues and he got it? Why they got different type? How come he don't have the blues on? Why is he? How come he don't got the orange on?
His father walked in for his own first appearance.
Currently charged with 2 counts of
And he looks kind of old to have a 14-year-old, don't he? I don't know.
felony murder in the 2nd degree. You're charged with
Really
4
old.
counts, felony involuntary manslaughter. You're charged with 8 counts of felony cruelty to children in the 2nd degree.
I never
An
heard
arrest warrant for Colin Gray
Never heard of that.
alleges he gave his son a firearm when he knew his son was a threat to himself and to others. It's only the 2nd time a parent has been charged in connection with.
But see, that lets you know this is really weird and staged. Why would this be only the 2nd time in history the parent has been charged for what the kid did? Why would this? Why is the significance in this case? Boy, these people, man, they tell it. You got to pay attention.
With a mass shooting carried out by their child.
The GBI has arrested Colin Gray, age 54, in connection to the shooting here at Appalachia High School.
Last April, in an unprecedented case, the parents of Ethan Crumley were each sentenced to 10 to 15 years for involuntary manslaughter. The swift arrest of suspect Colt Gray in Georgia partly credited to the new security system the school implemented just 1 week ago. A mobile panic button teachers carry on their ID badges, immediately alerting law enforcement and school authorities.
You think this saved lives?
100% save lives.
And unlike the school shooting in Parkland, Florida, officers were
You see how they trying to compare this to why are they comparing? See, I think that's strange to me when they do that.
able to swiftly pinpoint the shooter's location.
26 alerts during the incident when it started. Within 5 minutes of the first alert going off, we had the suspect in custody.
For the victims,
But you still got that many people still got shot, supposedly, right? 9 people injured and 4 people dead. That's a lot of people. Supposedly.
stay in court offers only some solace. The mother of 14-year-old Christian Angulo, one of the students fatally shot Wednesday, fought back tears as she talked about her loss.
Oh, and she don't even, come on, she don't even know no English.
He didn't deserve to die like this.
Please.
I miss him.
Please. We don't even know, and you got to we don't even know that shit.
Our thanks to Isabel Rosales for that report. I want to bring in someone who works tirelessly to protect children from gun violence. Nicole Hockley is the co-founder and co-CEO of the nonprofit Sandy Hook Promise. We've been talking to Nicole for years. Her son, Dylan, along with 19 other children and 6 adults, were murdered in the horrific Sandy Hook Elementary School mass shooting in December 2012. And Nicole, we have a picture of your beautiful boy up on the screen right now. It is difficult to accept the fact that it's been nearly 12 years since you and your family were forced into such unspeakable tragedy. And yet here we are again, another mass shooting in a school in the United States, 4 families shattered forever, another community thrown into trauma. It's hard to think of anything positive that could come out of such a senseless act of violence, but you and others continue to work hard to try to find a way to find solutions.
Why would something positive come out of that?
Fight this. What kind of policies do you think have worked in preventing gun violence?
Well, there's actually quite a lot of policies that can work. Things like secure storage and temporary transfer, also known as an extreme risk protection order. These are ways to temporarily remove access to firearms from someone who could be in crisis or at risk of hurting themselves or someone else. Georgia doesn't have a lot of these state laws on the books. I'm not sure if they have any state laws on the books. So we really want to work with all of the legislators there on all sides to advance policies like that that could have helped with this case.
No. I mean, they're talking about break down the policy. You know what I'm saying? They just say a little bit about it and, break it down. I want to hear.
And could certainly, and have been proven to stop shootings elsewhere. So there's a lot of simple opportunity that we're seeing work in other states that we can certainly implement in Georgia as well.
This is now the second case in the U.S. where we see a parent being held legally responsible for their child's alleged actions in a school shooting. Do you expect this to become the new normal? Do you support it? And what else needs to change?
I really hope this doesn't become the new normal, because that means that parents are still not taking their responsibilities very seriously in terms of how they keep their children safe from being able to access firearms and how they respond to signs of a crisis or threat. However, I think this is a wake-up call, and I do applaud, what happened in Michigan, and I applaud that this is being prosecuted here in Georgia as well. And I think that this is a wake-up call to any parent that has guns in the home. That's not to say you are a bad parent. It is to say, are you being as safe as you need to be? Are you recognizing signs of crisis in your child? Are you taking action?
And you know what I just thought about?
And are you ensuring that they don't have
some BS? You know what I'm saying? How come they didn't get him to? Why didn't they get him to admit that what he did? You notice that they didn't get no kind of confession. You don't notice in these cases they don't never get a confession on tape and play it for the media. That's kind of weird, huh? You ever noticed that? Why didn't they get a confession?
Have access to things like AR-15s, especially if they're troubled.
What is the AR? These people keep bringing that certain specific gun up. I think that's really weird how they keep bringing that specific gun up. Why they keep bringing that specific gun up? I think that's weird. I don't understand why that specific gun is being talked about all the time. What about a shotgun? What about a Colt 45? He was named Colton. Why is his name Colt? Colt Gray. You don't think that was kind of named after a damn gun? Y'all don't think this is kind of strange? You don't think he would do it? He don't know nothing about no guns. He's named after a gun. Come on, man.
These are simple responsibilities that good firearm owners practice. So I think this is a wake-up call to say, you're not immune to this just because of some other laws that are on the books at the moment, like PLACA. This is something that you have to be responsible for. You're responsible for your child. You're responsible for their actions.
At a campaign event in Phoenix yesterday, former President Trump's running mate, Ohio Senator J.D. Vance, was asked what specific policies he supports to end this epidemic of school shootings. I want to play some of his answer and get your reaction.
Okay, so you got to get the Republican.
Strict gun laws is not the thing that is going to solve this problem. I don't like that this is a fact of life. But if you are a psycho and you want to make headlines, you realize that our schools are soft targets. And we have got to bolster security at our schools. I don't want my kids to go to school in a place where they feel like you've got to have additional security, but that is increasingly the reality that we live in.
Imagine hosting a charity 5K without high-quality custom T-shirts or a family reunion.
What's your reaction?
Right.
The reality that we live in
But
is
he's right. See, they're pushing. See, that's the crazy thing about it. He's saying something. Even I don't like the guy. I don't like none of these people. But he's actually saying the right thing, and he's saying something truthful. And then they see the media goes and gets the victim's parent, and in the what's this person supposed to be the commentator, and he's going against the narrative with the victim's parent. Very interesting. And they know the people watching don't have sympathy and empathy for the person's parent, for the victim's parent. I just think it's very interesting, and this is how they shape the narrative and shape people's public opinion. That's how they do that, man. It's just right before your very eyes they do that. Very interesting. Very biased. These reporters supposed to be neutral.
that this is happening and that it's preventable. Accepting that and saying that's just the way it is in America, that this is the way we have to live our lives, is completely unacceptable. And there were armed security at this school. There were armed security at Uvalde. There are armed security at a lot of mass shootings.
What happened?
They are there to protect.
Why then? What happened then? What happened with the armed security? Why you didn't hear no exchange with the armed security? Why you didn't hear about? I mean, then why was the Uvalde thing such a so-called? Why was that such a disaster then? How come these cases never go how they supposed to go if there's armed security at these schools? There wasn't no damn armed security at these schools, dude, because they was talking about that after these situations happened about having armed security. Come on, this lady's lying. And see, that's how you know the news lies. And see, it ain't. It's the lying narrative. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day. You know, hold up. It's so burnt out. Let's go.
But it's often too late. You need to be ahead of it. You need to be focusing on the signs and getting person help before they ever access a firearm and then bring it to the school. So I think nobody wants their child to go to school in a fortress. We also can't build fortresses in every place of America. More guns is not the answer. More security is not the answer. Getting more help, more tools and resources, and more good gun safety regulation on the books is proven to work in terms of suicide and homicide and mass shootings.
What does that consist of? Gun safety regulation. What does that consist of? Anyway, let's play something else. All right, so we're gonna go into this other thing I got going on. She's tripping. This lady's full of it. You know what I mean? All right, so we're gonna go over this right now. Stop screen. So another school, they got another mass shooting at another different school they got going on. So let's play them. Check this out.
Looking towards class, and it was right next to the door, and I just heard like a loud pop.
And I had both headphones in. I heard a somewhat loud bang behind me.
Like I didn't even know what it was. I just heard a loud pop, and then I just saw everybody running.
And I pulled out one of my headphones, and all I heard was screaming and yelling and students running.
I didn't see anything, but I just ran with them.
So this is today.
I put in my headphone and walked back to class.
I didn't know.
So look, check this out. So this what's the name was 9-4, right? 9-4. The one in Appalachia, whatever. This one is 9-6, right? So 9-6. Interesting. That's all.
Was happening at first, but I didn't believe anything was happening.
I got into my classroom. They locked down the school for about 5 minutes. And then after the lockdown happened, we heard an announcement that everybody needs to evacuate.
Students were then directed to go into the woods nearby. After that, to a nearby Presbyterian church.
Well, see, I don't get this. Okay, so the thing is, how do you know when the shooting is up and everything, the coast is clear for these drills? I don't get that. How do you know that? You know what I'm saying? I'm confused. Let's go. I'm hella confused and stuff.
They telling parents don't come. Yeah, they telling parents don't come. And then that's when as multiple law enforcement came down there.
Parents eventually were instructed to go to Good Shepherd to reunite with their children. Chris Chi on WBAL News Radio 1090 and FM 101.5.
I say don't come until. See, I don't get all these drills and these mass shooting drills. What the hell is the procedure to some of these motherfuckers? Because if these drills are such good drills, why the hell everybody be so confused when it comes down to something really happening? Everything's just so unorganized. I'm confused. Isn't that the whole purpose of the drill? So when something really happens, you have an organized escape or organized. I don't know. Y'all, man, let me know. Let me know. Come on, what's taking these people so long to talk? You know what I mean?
Once again this afternoon, I regret to be standing here again with the unfortunate news. As we broke from the last press conference, I was informed that our victim in this case did not survive the shooting. We have taken from that time to now to catch up to family members in order to make notifications. So that's why we've held this for just a bit in the bringing you all back together. The family was just notified within the last half hour at the hospital. Our 15-year-old shooting victim was transported to Johns Hopkins in Baltimore. The victim is Curtis Grant, Warren Curtis Grant, again, a 15-year-old student at the school, lived in the Edgewood area of our community. We are not still releasing the name of the suspect in this case. He is, as I said, a 16-year-old, also a student at the school. He has yet to be charged, but will be charged. And at the time those charges are preferred as an adult, we will release the name of the suspect. It was asked earlier, our prior involvement in just a quick search of the CAD, the computer-aided dispatch system that the sheriff's office uses. We've had more than 10 incidents since 2022 where the suspect was either the victim, witness, or the suspect in an incident handled by the Harford County Sheriff's Office. But again, I caution, other than that little tidbit of information, this investigation is very active and very early on. I do want to compliment once again all of our first responders from law enforcement, from public safety, DES, emergency services, fire, police, fire, and medics, and the school system. And again, in this instance, the 15-year-old victim, again, who is sadly now deceased, was removed from the bathroom by other students and quickly attended to by the staff at Joppatown High School, including the principal, Melissa Williams, I apologize, who's going to make a few comments to you. Her along with the SRO were among the first to reach this young man after other students, and you know, gave him the best opportunity to survive this horrible incident. And sadly, again, we bring you back together to let you know he has succumbed to his injuries. So I'm going to let Ms. Williams make a few comments, and then I will take a limited amount of questions.
First, Maryland. And this is like it happened in Maryland. Very interesting. Let's go.
Foremost, our thoughts and prayers are with the family of this amazing young man, with his friends, with all of our staff members, with all of our students. Joppatown is a loving and strong community who will, without a doubt, rally among our families, support one another, and continue to support our community and all of our families. I want to thank our amazing staff as well. We are one town, and we are J-Town. Thank you.
I just wanted to follow up a couple pieces of information. So we obviously are going to support the Sheriff's Office in the investigation any way we possibly can. When our staff and students return to the school, we will have a great deal of support available for them. We don't yet have a final decision on exactly how we will approach things Monday, but our community just needs to stay tuned. We'll announce something to them no later than tomorrow. But again, my condolences to the family, friends, and all, everyone connected with this young man. And thanks to our incredible staff who worked through this. This was a very difficult thing for them, and I know they're struggling at this time. And I also, one additional thank you I didn't mention earlier to Good Shepherd Presbyterian Church. They were our reunification site, and you know, it's great. It's important.
Jesuits.
And have partners like them when things happen. So again, thank you.
And with that, I know Senator J.B. Jennings has joined us. Everyone else was here for the earlier press conference. I just want to again stress my appreciation as the sheriff here in Harford County for all of our public safety partners and the incredible response. I wish we were sitting here talking about a better outcome for the young man. And with that, I'll take any questions. I believe the first administrator.
So we're going to have Ms. Williams not take any questions. But I think what they shared, the SRO and the administrator, her office is right near where the student. Yeah, we'll give her a little bit of time to follow up. Yeah, but she was there with the students.
Sure.
Let me get another.
We are following a breaking news story in Harford County. There is a police presence at a school in Joppatown. Our Jessica Albert is at the scene with more details. And Jessica, what are you learning at this hour?
Well, we have some new information in, Nikki.
So I bet you it's a black suspect because the reporter's black. You know that's how they usually do that.
From the Harford County Sheriff's Office and from the Harford County School District. We have learned that today, they say that the school district says that there was a fight in a bathroom, which led to a student who brought a weapon into the school and used it on another student. The release doesn't say what that weapon is, but they say that that is what has prompted this large police presence here at Joppatown High School. I was just talking to a student not too long ago. He literally just did an interview with me who told me that he was inside of a bathroom at the time of this fight. That's where he says this fight occurred. And he says that.
Hey, hold on. Pause for a minute, Sprint. What's going on with it, bro?
Yo, what's going on? Jose, what up, man?
You gotta address something, dog. Now,
let me send this out.
Certain situations, man. Who gave her authority to speak to a student?
Exactly. Where's the parents' permission, brother? Where's the kid at?
Even just
the lawyer at?
The people at the school, because those kids are up under the authority of those the principal, the vice president, vice principal. Normally they're not. I mean, just like you working on a job. If an incident happening at the job, they're not going to just let you go out there and just talk to the media like that. Unless it's you outside, unless you just out, you know what I'm saying, an outside looker. You know what I'm saying? Somebody that's in the area.
Facts.
You know what I mean?
That's a fact. That's a good point, man.
I'm just saying, that's just like she might have slipped up and maybe was able to get that, but I wonder what would be the recourse to that, because
you can sue. You can sue the school and you can sue the news station.
Yeah, I don't think that's protocol.
It's not protocol. And then the thing is, because you can say, oh well, he didn't have to give written consent. You know, because there's written contracts and there's non-written verbal contracts. True, but then he's still a minor though. Minors can't. A minor cannot motherfucker participate in the contract. Period. Am I right?
But in situations like that, like I said, these are people news dollars. These are news journalists. They know the proper protocol and the proper chain of command is supposed to go through. So I don't know. I'm just raising the question: was that whoever the child she talked to, was they someone that was not, attending at their school? Somebody maybe was in the neighborhood, maybe, or maybe the authorities they gave her permission to speak to him. I don't know. I think it's kind of early for them to news reporters speak to a student like that early. But I'm just thinking.
No, you're right. You're right, Shang. That's true. I like how you got onto that. Yeah, you can't just be questioning a random kid like that. Come on, no one like that.
Well, she can. I'm just saying, if I'm trying to decide whether that child. Let me finish the clip. Let me see before I.
He told me, pulled out a gun and shot the other. That student told me that he hid in a bathroom as other students came and gathered around that student that was shot. And obviously this is very traumatic for the community here because we are just 4 days into the school year here at Joppatown High School. I was actually here on the first day of classes. So this is a brand new school year for an incident like this to happen in the schools. I also was just checking my ex.
What a coincidence.
I checked the Harford County Sheriff's Office 7
Right.
minutes ago. They put,
So that's a material witness. How she get access to a material witness that quick in situations?
Ooh, and then how did she get access to somebody that was in that same bathroom? Out of all them students at that motherfucker, somebody just happened to be in that motherfucking bathroom. She got to talk to. Wow, that's coincidental. Like,
I see. They're releasing information that the police haven't released yet, and you know what I'm saying. They do this. They got tactics where they do this stuff, and it kind of messes up the case. And sometimes when they do this, because everybody be trying to get to exclusive. You know what I mean?
Right.
I'm not saying it's illegal, nothing like. I'm just saying it's just, you know what I mean. It messes up shit when they get to put narratives out there before a lot of evidence and stuff is being collected and stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
They got to watch this shit. Some of the people get fired for doing that.
And then when they do say
for doing that,
and when they do say cops or somebody release something, they'll say officials. Who the fuck are these officials, man? Who? What police officials? Oh, police officials say. Oh, officials of the school say. Who are these people you're talking about? What officials? And just because you say official doesn't mean these motherfuckers are officials. Does that make sense? You could just be saying that, bro. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
So where's this school at?
I could say the official of fucking China. Would you say?
Where's this school located at?
This is Maryland.
Oh, Maryland. Okay.
Interesting. So you know it's going to be believable since it's Maryland, bro. But this is my thing. Only 4 days in the school year, and all this is going on in these two different schools in 2 days apart. Oh wow. So this is, I'm telling you, this is a bill coming or something. This is something coming for school or something that's coming down the pipe. I could already see it. And then they be like, oh, it's so violent for only fucking 4 days in the school and everything. We got 2 mass, 3 mass. You watch. And they're gonna hike up all these mass shootings that came from out of nowhere. Watch. It's good. These 2 mass shootings. Watch. They'll name like 10 more mass shootings that nobody even heard of. That's how they be doing it. I've peeped. I'm like, oh, these motherfuckers. I never. You know what I mean? They'll push some ones that they got on the books that happen, and then they'll just fucking put the volume down like 10 and shit when it comes out of this fucking bullshit.
Yeah, I don't like when they ask certain people these questions, politicians and stuff like that, these questions about these fresh incidents that happen, and y'all want them to speak on it right then and that dot because
the investigation's not even done.
Yeah, they don't have all the evidence. And then, like I said, when the one you play earlier, when old chick tried to, pretty much try to come back with dude said what he spoke from a unbiased situation and said, like, you know what I'm saying, and don't,
it's about Vance, huh? Yeah,
that's why we have. It's hard to put females in certain positions because they're going to act on their emotions and feelings all the time. No, man, you can't make decisions on a whole bunch about life off of emotions and feelings. You got to get the facts first. You know what I'm saying? Then you got to come up with a strategized plan. Don't just throw something out there just, you know what I'm saying, to try to punish everybody who didn't have nothing to do with certain circumstances. You know what I mean?
You know what's crazy?
More intelligent than that.
And you know what's crazy? That's going to be the legal. They're really talking about the legal gun owner, bro. They're not talking about the niggas. You know what I'm saying? In the streets that got the legal guns, illegal guns. They're not talking about those people. They talk about punishing the motherfuckers that pay taxes. They went and got their fucking gun and had to wait 10 days for the cool off period and all that shit. They're going after people like those rights. Those gun rights go after those regular people that go to work. Those don't go after the motherfuckers that are in the hood. Those motherfuckers in the hood are not going by no fucking gun laws, 10-day wait period shit, going to the gun store. You know what I'm saying? You're getting it from
these immigrants that's coming in, or any migrant immigrant that's coming in. Shit. How they get weapons?
That's what I'm. Good point. How the fuck they getting it? See, that's a good point. Nobody wants to talk about how these Venezuelan motherfuckers got the guns. I've been asking that the whole time. Where they getting these guns from? But everybody wants to get their feelings. Oh, the Hell's Angels and all that. Fuck that. Where are they getting the guns from? You know what I'm saying? And if they don't even know English, how are they communicating with these people? That means that means that's somebody that knows Spanish, right? That's helping these motherfuckers, right? we don't put two and two together, bro. We just like getting our feelings. My emotions and shit. You know what I'm saying? That's just not gonna do nothing. You ain't gonna be able to think critical fucking feeling. Nobody feels like doing shit, but just chilling all day, you know?
Put out a tweet that says, please be advised, this is an isolated incident, not an active shooter. Avoid the area. The reunification center for parents to pick up their students is at Good Shepherd Presbyterian Church. And
and then how would that, what's the difference between an active shooter and an isolated incident anyway? I'm confused. Because an active shooter could be shooting for a certain reason. That's an isolated incident. Does that make sense?
Well, who she said put that up?
You know what? I don't even know. That's a good point. What?
Run it back.
That is what I am actually isolated incident, not an active shooter. Avoid the area. Please be advised, this is an sheriff's office. 7 minutes ago, they put out a tweet that says, please be advised, this is an
tweet though. They're tweeting. You really follow us on Twitter, bro. On Twitter, social media. Why would you instead of they don't have direct access?
This is not an active shooter situation, but did what? Hold on.
I told you, man. Something don't sound right with this one either, bro. Like,
okay, maybe they got enough evidence. They're saying this. I don't know. Maybe this was the targeted. I don't know. This I don't.
I'm trying to say just because old boy and them got into in the bathroom. That's
right. Maybe it was just
It's just like still
no. So they might call it as a retaliation or retaliation shooting instead of just a far out active shooter type situation.
isolated incident, not an active shooter. Avoid the area. The reunification center for parents to pick up their students is at Good Shepherd Presbyterian Church, and that is what I am actually standing in front of right now. This field has been filled on and off with what appears to be students and their parents picking up their students. When I first got here to the school, I was seeing parents parking further down the street because there's quite a bit of a traffic backup because of this incident. I was seeing parents park their...
Wait, hold up. So 96. This is 96. Didn't that crime bill go into law? Let me see. 96. Hold up. If I'm not fucking mistaken. Hold up. 96 crime bill. Wait up. 96 crime bill, right? The 96 crime bill. Or was it 94 crime bill? Hold up. Was it 90? I think it was a 94 crime bill.
Well, they had both ones, right? Remember they had what, the 80, when they had 89 or something like that. It went all the way back. They had a couple crime bills prior to that.
So let me see. There's something significant about the 96. Okay, that's 94 crime bill, so 96. What happened in 96? Something, you know what I'm saying? Because today's 96, so it's just like, why today? You know what I'm saying? I'll get to the bottom of that, but we got. I'll keep playing this. My bad.
Cars down the street and run here, very concerned about their students. I know I was talking with you earlier, Nikki, where I was telling you I was actually already in Harford County today doing a story with the county executive when I got a call about 15 minutes before our interview was scheduled telling me that the county executive had to cancel on me because he had to come to this incident.
And Jessica, it was about, I want to say maybe a half hour ago when the Harford County Sheriff's Office also released information about responding to this incident. And while you're saying that it is isolated, I think it speaks to the severity of the incident, seeing that the county executive had to cut that interview short to go there. Now, as you're out there on the ground after talking
like this, if it was just an isolated shooting.
Exactly. Why would
that's what we saying?
What?
I don't know how but it just show you how different cities, they just, how they operate,
Right.
Maybe that is procedure in their city and town. I don't know. I mean, you know.
To students in that area, do you get the impression that the area is controlled and that everyone is safe?
So we have not gotten any official updates about that, Nikki, but I did talk to a person that I walked past while I was coming up to this scene. He told me he was a former student. He said that he had heard that the suspect, the person that may have brought this weapon into the school, was on the run. I have not gotten that confirmed by the.
I would even know. Why would you can't report that, bro? This is a walking motherfucker on that. This a he say she say, bro. See, when you put that stuff out there, man, that's what I'm saying. They got to do better journalism, man. That's sorry ass journalism, dog. You got to talk to an official and get back an official statement. You see what I'm saying, man? Oh, no. This is bad journalism, man. This is poor journalism, dog.
This serious, dog?
You're talking to just a person that was a former student in the area. You just gonna talk. They say if somebody told them that the mother was on the run. You know how people gas stuff up all the time and don't know?
That could be some Pookie or Ray Ray, just random motherfucker. Like, that's
man,
funny.
Come on, man. She's
like anybody can tell you anything. Like, oh, fucking, they could just act like it. No,
she know better than that, man. She's a journalist. She know better than that. She know better than that. She knows she's supposed to talk to some person and get more official statements than just talking to random people. Not saying random people ain't didn't see what they see or heard what they heard, but that's her say.
I didn't understand that one.
I thought they don't got the person in custody.
That's what I'm saying. Why don't they question the person that got in custody, bro? Wait, I think
do they have somebody because they got the person that did the shooting in custody?
I think they shot. Hold on.
Sheriff's office at this point, they haven't released any details about that. So we're working to learn that right now.
All right, Jessica, thank you so much. And stay with WJZ online and streaming at CBS News Baltimore and on air as we continue to monitor this developing situation.
Actually, very detailed in what he told me. He said that he saw blood on the student that had been shot. We have a little bit of the interview that I did with him, I believe, that we can have you listen to right now.
I didn't really think nothing of it because I just thought that a fight was going to happen. But then, like, as soon as I know it, the kid is reaching into his bag and then I just hear a pop and then I just freeze up. So I didn't know what.
And they didn't see how. Why you didn't? I hit
and the small come out, and then when everyone left, I kind of just stayed there for like a little bit, and then I left.
We gotta do better, man. We gotta do better.
I know you're right, man.
And just to protect the safety of these young men. We're not saying that can happen, but to be on the safe side, you always want to protect the safety of, you know what I mean?
And they showing their face and all that too. You're right, bro. They're putting themselves.
Oh man, how should get access to this? This is a witness. This is a witness.
And is he over 18 or like under 18? See, damn, yo.
Right. How does she get access, man?
How does that work and shit, dude? Like, no, you can't do that. You can't.
The integrity is just gone, man.
And it's just like it makes you think. I mean, and they talk about conspiracy theories. The wonder why that's why people had that, be saying. Be saying this shit they be saying. Because look, like in a real reporter wouldn't be doing that. Like, it's like
these kids, man. These minors don't know nothing about the law. They don't know nothing about their rights and how certain words anything can be used against you.
Facts.
Whether you innocent or not, it can be used against you. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
They know this shit. If she was going to take a statement, she could have took a written statement, or she could have, you know what I'm saying?
It's like for her,
knocked out his face or whatever.
She's like for her.
You know what I mean? Come on, man. I just show you how they just somehow it be some of our people too, man. We just got low morale, and we be claiming how we protect and save each other, but we really don't.
Well, no.
We both protect the identity of this young man. You know what I'm saying?
No, because they could. That's what I'm saying. They could retaliate against him. She knows.
You don't know. You just don't know. You just want to make sure you dotting your I's and crossing your T's. I know it's fresh. This is fresh. Everybody drilling this Western, but she's an adult. You're in a position where you journaling. You know, come on, man. Come on now.
And then
You know better than this, y'all.
But that makes you think what's really going on with the story, too, in a way, because it's like if you would really, put the minors out there like that, that kind of makes you question this whole.
Yeah, how does the child ever talk without their parent, man? I thought they supposed to be going to say, maybe she is at their place, or maybe somebody did. Maybe the parents did okay him to speak. So let me not, jump to conclusion. Because she did say she was at some type of church or some shit. I don't know. But the parents, you know what I'm saying? But I don't know, man.
Right.
I really don't know, Frank. I can't call it.
I mean, man, neither can I, bro. That shit weird. Okay, hold on. Let me play a little bit.
Two, and then it's like there's just a whole, like, in the hallway there was just a whole crowd of like kids just crowding around the kid who got shot.
And you can hear from that student how traumatizing and scary that incident was. We checked in with him to see if he was okay. My photographer and I, after we did that interview, he actually just walked up to us. He checked with his parents and he spoke to us about what occurred inside the school. Right now, we're getting limited details from officials. But like I said, just a few minutes ago when I was talking with you, Nikki, the Harford County Sheriff's Office has tweeted out saying that this was an isolated incident. It's not an active shooter, which is what this came down as at first. They're telling people to avoid this area because there is a lot of traffic, a lot of first responders that are blocking the road here, Joppa Farm Road. And they're also telling parents that if they want to reunite with their students, they can do so in this field that you see behind me. This is Good Shepherd Presbyterian Church. Again, Nikki, I was here 3 days ago, Tuesday, for the first day of school. County executive, the sheriff, all types of Harford County leaders were out.
And that makes you think, like, did this happen? I don't know, man. Like, did this happen on the first day and then they're reporting this now? Like, I don't know. It's kind of weird. You know what I'm saying, Shaq?
Out here
She keep
greeting
bringing up
the
the county
students.
executive like I ain't never heard nobody talk about the county executive like that.
Exactly. Why they keep bringing them exactly like
who the hell is this county executive? Must got some student. He must got a student at that most likely.
Or he sanctioned. You know what I mean? He gave the okay for all this stuff. You know what I mean?
On their first day, they had cheerleaders. They were celebrating the start of the school year.
But this could have happened on the first day because if all those people were there, and then all of a sudden,
how the hell they got cheerleaders on the first day of school? The school just opened up, right?
And then 5 days. So 5 days later, they say that this happened. But this could be footage.
They got cheerleaders on the first day of school, bro.
Exactly.
The school just opened up.
But look, this could have happened on the first day since everybody was there, like everybody's here now, and they could have just said that this is, you know what I'm saying? They could have put the footage out now, like, oh, this happened. It seems like a psyop too. It seems, really the other one too more so, but this one just seems kind of like it just my thing is just why is it all over the news like that if just one person got shot in the bathroom? Does that make sense? You would have thought, okay, it would have been on the news, boom, okay, they stopped talking about it. Am I right? But it's just like for them to like have a 20-30 minutes of it and then another clip, you know what I'm saying? And then a press conference, like.
The student that I just talked to, I believe that young man's name was Francis. He told me that never would he think 4 days.
And she put his name out there too.
3 days into the new school year.
Damn.
You can't put nobody, dude, you cannot
put shit. She ain't shit. The parents ain't shit either, man. Why would you let your child, your man? That's what I'm saying, man.
You can't do that, man.
Protect your child at all times, man. Parents ain't shit and she ain't shit. You know what I mean?
Right. Oh man.
This show how we really don't respect each other, dog. Because the white mob, they would have never put the damn people name out, man.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. Yeah, that's just
they just say a source or something.
Oh, I know. Right, something. Yeah,
man. Just put the name out there for and his face on it. Parents say, okay, yeah, it's cool for him to go over there and speak to the damn You should have did that shit in private. You should have made sure he was, you know what I'm saying, his face was blocked out, or you used. I'm hoping she used that. I'm hoping that name was the 80s. I don't think she's that goofy enough to put his real name out there. So let me give her a little bit of credit. Maybe she did dot her I's and cross her T's. Maybe I'm going too hard, Frank.
And they're saying weapons, like there was two. See, I'm confused. Was it two motherfuckers that got shot, or
that there would be a shooting at his school,
There's that
especially one
weapons,
that he
with
tells
girls,
me he witnessed himself.
like was it two guns? I'm confused.
And Jessica, as you're talking about this being
he's a
the first
witness.
week,
If he
I
a witness,
mean,
why he
in
at the police station? That's what I'm saying, Frank.
These motherfuckers is foul, man.
If he's a witness, why isn't he at the police station being questioned by the
Exactly, John. That's a good point. Why is he not?
I
don't know, man. These people be tripping, Shaq. I'm telling you, man.
Yeah, I don't know.
Georgia,
I'm just
on
saying,
Wednesday.
maybe it's a very small town, and
We're reporting another school shooting just 3 days into the school year, which is also disturbing, that in Winder, Georgia. And in thinking about that, as you're saying that parents are arriving to pick up, there are a lot of people right now speculating as to what happened on social media.
See, that's the whole point. She just gave you a clue. People are speculating. That's the whole point. That's why to cause mass hysteria, to get people fucking all riled up, to make people jump to conclusion without the full detail, like you were saying. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because she mentioned that when somebody told her, a former student told her that somebody, one of the person went on a run. I mean, that could be true, could not be true. That could be evidence that was leaked. You know what I'm saying? Could be true, could not be true. I don't know.
But it's like, why are we getting more details? And then you're not hearing, like, you're hearing way more details from them, like you were saying, than the police. It's like, what the fuck?
Reports are coming down exactly what happened, but we can confirm that this was an isolated incident, despite some of the reports that we've been hearing on social media. Joppatown High School confirming that, and as you're saying, police confirming that. However, at this point, does it appear like they are looking for anyone in particular? You mentioned there's two people who are involved in this. Does it seem like they're looking for someone, especially as they hear the chopper high above you?
Yes, and Nikki, I don't want to, I'm not sure if this is a media helicopter. It could be, but I know that I have seen a helicopter in my time out here that has actually been circling the area. It could be a media helicopter. It could be a police helicopter, but I continually keep seeing law enforcement make their way to and from the scene here. It appears with the amount of police that are here that there is still something going on here, but information has been limited, obviously, with what officials have been wanting to release. The Harford County Sheriff actually did just post something else on Twitter. They said that there's a media staging area for the Joppatown High School incident that will be at the Redner's Market on Joppa Farm Road. So that's actually way further up the street than where we are. And I'm also seeing other media making their way to this area too. So I'm not sure if they're going to keep their media staging area there, but I'm hoping that because they are setting up this staging area, that they are going to give us more updates about what is going on here, more official information, an update on that student's condition that the student I talked to say was shot in the bathroom here during the school day today.
Okay, so why they say weapons?
And Jessica, I would like to share with you that we do have some information into the WJZ newsroom of a reunification center for parents who want to reconnect with their students, their children. It's at Good Shepherd Presbyterian Church. I imagine that is the area behind you, and that may be where we are seeing all the traffic circling that area. I know you mentioned that the roads have been blocked off, but I imagine that there is a pathway there. So that reunification center is at Good Shepherd Presbyterian Church for parents to go there and reunify with students at this time. And is that the area? I see that there are a lot of cars parked out there, a few of them crawling in that area. Does it appear that that process is happening now?
Yes, so that is definitely the church that I am standing in front of. They have a big field here. This building is a part of the church here. As you can see, there are people walking in and out of that area. There's a lot less now than when I first got here. When I first got here, there was a massive crowd of students with their backpacks and parents walking away with their students.
And Jessica, Right now, from where you are standing, are you seeing any more students? I know earlier when we spoke, you said you saw a lot of them moving to the field. Are people there still gathering? Does it appear that that has changed at all and things have kind of calmed down?
I don't know if calm down is the right word, because obviously there's a lot of police and first responders here at this point, but I don't see as many students and families gathered in this this field behind me here. I also, because I'm about a block away from the school, I can see the entrance of the school from where I'm standing, but I'm not all the way down there because they have a roadblock. I can see that there's more what appears to be students and their parents walking back and forth, possibly even some neighbors, because this whole street is it's a residential neighborhood that this school is nestled in. So that's what I'm seeing at this point.
All right, Jessica, thank you so
much. This one record.
In the wake of the school shooting, today has seen a flood of school threats across our communities, and with that, several swift arrests.
Yeah, Fox 5's.
But see, you see what I'm Shaq? You see what I'm saying? You see, this sound like some BS. So all of a sudden, why would more people, after all this, why would more people? They talking about more threats. I don't be believing it when they be saying stuff like this. I just don't, man. They just thinking it's copycats and shit, right? And you talking about arrests on site, but see, it's funny because they want you to believe the narrative that he was threatening before and he didn't get arrested on site before. Why didn't they arrest him before on site? This is just some BS, man.
Well, you know, I heard earlier too, Frank.
Mm-hmm.
It was, did you hear about the situation with the it was a threat. Did you hear about that threat?
Where?
About the Creed people? Somebody threatened the Creed people. They went and locked that motherfucker up.
Quick, huh? Fast.
Came out today.
Fast. No hesitation.
He grabbed the threats and he had letters and notes and saying he was about to go and do something to that mosque. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? The Creed people mosque, and the FBI grabbed him, stabbed him up.
Wait.
Yeah, look it up. I don't know. Yeah.
What did Jose say? He said he let that boy crash out.
Who?
Oh shit! That's what Jose said in the chat. The FBI let that boy crash out.
Yeah, man, that's crazy.
See, a lot of this don't make. But see, it's election year. You got to be careful. That's why I think they're doing all this shit. You know, it's a lot of suspect planning terror attack on Brooklyn. Oh, we're gonna play that right now. Let me play a little bit of this, and I'm gonna play that right there.
Kevin Stewart is at the live cast with details. Kevin.
Eric and Courtney, authorities say this is no joke, never has been, especially now. In the past 48 hours, Gwinnett County alone, the school system says it has investigated about 300 social media threats. In Gwinnett County, one county over from the tragic school shooting in Barrow County, 2 teens face charges in 2 separate cases. Thursday at Meadow Creek High, a student is accused of making threats against the school on social media.
He admitted that he did it because he wanted to avoid going to school.
At Archer High, a student is alleged to have texted her
Wait, hold on.
Active shooter situation here. That was a lie.
Why would you? You still gonna have to go to school. So you think you're gonna avoid school by doing that? Okay.
Student was criminally charged with terroristic threats and is also.
Why didn't they charge the old Shaq? Why didn't they charge this shooter in this before for terroristic threats? Didn't I say that before last night or the other couple nights ago? They're gonna hit you with terroristic threats. Why didn't they charge him for terroristic threats? And then and then they never charge him with terrorism threat, and then he supposedly shoot up a school. It's like this is the same old. This is kind of getting old, bro. This scenario is getting kind of old.
Facing discipline consequences within the school.
A 17-year-old from Flowery Branch, Jamin Justice, and a 13-year-old are similarly charged in Hall County in separate cases. Justice is accused of threatening Cherokee Bluff High. The 13-year-old is accused of doing the same at Johnson High and South Hall Middle School. Friday morning in Cartersville, the school system was put on a soft lockdown at all schools after a sense of.
Why all they get these so-called school threats? Why all of a sudden, Frank? Why all of a sudden?
Right after this, and why they showing their faces? Aren't they minors? How you showing their faces, bro? They're minors. Those 2 people look.
Showing their faces?
Right now, watch.
Let me see.
Minor.
Bluff High, the 13-year-old is accused of doing the same.
13-year-old
threats and is also facing discipline consequences within the school.
A 17-year-old from Flowery Branch,
Still,
Jamin
bro,
Justice,
so
and a
13-year-old.
13-year-old.
Okay, is 17 in that is state? Is that considered? Is that the age of consent, or is it 18? Because this dude is a minor.
What state is that?
On his face. With
what state is that?
same, that's we Appalachia. What did the shit happen? The Appalachia shooting. This is Georgia.
That's the dude that did the shooting in Georgia right there.
Yeah, that's the one that did the threat. And
he did the threat. Okay.
So it's like, why are you still showing? Let me see if that's the age. What's the age of consent law in Georgia and shit? That's interesting though. It's just like, it just makes you think. Like, why would you? Age of consent law in Georgia. 16 years old. Oh, shit, it's 16? Okay, 16 years. Age, you said 16 years old. Wow. So, okay. So
yeah, 16 in a couple states, man.
I guess they
could
might
be 16.
Away with that.
Similarly charged in Hall County in separate cases. Justice is accused of threatening Cherokee Bluff High. The 13-year-old is accused of doing the same at Johnson High and South Hall Middle School.
But a 13-year-old is not going to high school. A 13-year-old is in junior high. Unless some schools are the junior high connected with the high school? Is it 6 grades or is it four grades? Because I know high school is 4 grades, right?
So you don't never know some of these states they got.
Are they connected?
Smaller districts than them right now.
That's a good
Running
question.
in Cartersville, the school system was put on a
13-year-olds in junior high. That's 7th grade. You feel me?
soft lockdown at all schools after a since unfounded claim that someone was on the way with a gun to Cartersville Middle School. In Monroe County, 26-year-old Chris Cooper is charged with disseminating information relating to terroristic threats after an incident there.
We take every threat seriously.
Athens Clarke County PD worked overnight to nab a 12-year-old who.
Why are these young ages, young? Shaq, didn't I say the other day, what's up with these super young ages, 12, 13? You serious?
And they allegedly putting in these threats and stuff, these shooting threats.
They have the wherewithal.
Why is it the schools? Why not like their malls and that? Why is it the schools?
Why are they all schools, right? So all these threats are gonna go towards the school. They're trying to be like on some copycat shit. Like, like I'm telling this is a narrative going on, Shaq. I'm telling you, they're gonna do it's a build or something they're gonna do. Mark my words.
Allegedly posted pictures of guns implying violence at different schools.
It is a very serious threat, implied or not. So the images of guns, they do this to stir the feelings. They want to make people afraid to go to school. And once that post hits the internet, it is spread to thousands upon thousands of accounts. So that fear is not isolated. You could get up to 5 years in prison for this, even as a juvenile.
Yeah, serious charges there.
Man, I know damn well law posts. I can't even. Man, they be blocking my goddamn law posts. So how the hell they able to post something and get like that? Damn, unless they caught it.
I know how was they
was able to go,
Or how did they get him? Did they get him while he was down? Did they trace the number from the 911 number back to the number, or how did it?
They're saying they're posting this stuff on social media,
and they're saying that they're getting them from posting. Okay,
I guess.
This shit don't add up, Shaq.
12-year-old has been charged.
That's super. 12, bro. So no, seriously, Shaq. At 12, you really thinking about doing that, bro? Especially as goofy as these young motherfuckers are nowadays. At 12, I don't know, man. What do you think? I mean,
it's a different time because they're putting this in these young. They're putting it in their face, man. They putting these shooters in their face. They putting these. They got these first shooter games and stuff. Excuse me, they got these first shooter games and stuff out there, and they really put it in their face now.
Right.
It was almost like, you know what I'm saying? It's almost like they enticing it because I ain't heard no parent. I ain't heard no governor, no president candidate, or no legislation saying something about banning first shooter games, video games. Not once. That's the hottest thing online. These people be online.
That's true.
That's what they said the first. This dude in Georgia, he was playing a video game or some stuff, and he made threats like that on the video game when he was, streaming live on the video game. That's the first time they, the one that did the shooting in Georgia.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Well, see this.
There's got to be some of these games, man. It's got to be some of these games. Definitely, the media is pushing stuff that's triggering these people to do because, god dang.
But these are some young ages though. That's kind of weird.
Well, they're exposed to it, Frank. They've been exposed to it since they was 5 to 6 years old. They've been exposed to it. They've been hearing it. They've been seeing it. Playing first shooter games. They seeing these shooters on TV all the time.
But you think like they would actually have that at 12, 13, like have that wherewithal to like actually do that shit? Like, fuck it, I'm gonna do it. Like,
that's why they make the threat. That's probably when they start making the threat. Like, hey, playing with it. Like, you know what I'm saying?
It's a possibility, yeah.
And then by the time, like you said, they're 14, 15, 16, then they got a parent or somebody or adult or somebody that's buying them a firearm.
Some breaking news. The Justice Department says a planned terror attack in New York City has been thwarted. The suspect allegedly wanted to target Jewish people on October 7th, 1 year after the attack in Israel. The suspect was quoted by the FBI as saying, "If we succeed with our plan, this would be the largest attack on U.S. soil since 9/11. CBS's Nancy Cordes is at the White House with new reporting. Good evening, Nancy. It is chilling to read what this suspect was planning.
It really is, Nora, and it took the FBI working with Canadian law enforcement to identify and apprehend this suspect, who is now accused of plotting to carry out a mass shooting at a Jewish center in Brooklyn, which authorities say he wanted to do just over a month from today. The suspect's name is Mohammed Shahzeb Khan. He's a 20-year-old Pakistani citizen who lived in Canada.
Now they're giving us this Palestine Israeli. Now they bringing that back over. I already know what
they hitting you with, right? It's that time. No, this 9/11. It's what?
Oh,
5 days away. That's why all this stuff is coming out now. I'm not saying
a couple days late in a couple days, bro. It's like 4 days, bro. Come on.
Yeah, I'm not saying that these people ain't playing threats now. I ain't saying that. They ain't saying that now. You got copycats.
It just seems like, I don't know. You just gotta do it. My thing is, just because it comes from the media, I'm not just gonna go quick and regurgitate.
Allegedly,
you know what I mean? I gotta really investigate this shit because these motherfuckers are full of shit. And they're why else not pull this around that time? You know what I'm saying? This is Muslim and Israeli. You know what I mean? Just like ISIS. I mean, just like the Mossad and fucking the people from Gaza. You see what I'm saying? It's like
began.
You're right. 9/11 is around the corner. They're crazy for this shit.
And posting on social media in support of ISIS last November, and eventually, without his knowledge,
ISIS is back. ISIS? I haven't heard from ISIS in years. Oh, here we go, Shaq. You see what they're doing? Now they're bringing back ISIS now, bro. Wow.
Began communicating with 2 undercover law enforcement officers. That's what led them.
And then what's up with this Canada, like, anchor baby from Canada to, you feel me? It's from Canada to the U.S. What's up with that little Canada to the U.S. package, like passage? Like, what's up with all these Indian people and Muslim people doing that? Oh, Canada's and I'm going to America. Like, they make that shit easy and shit. You see what I'm saying, Shaq? That's what Kamala did, man. She went from Canada to America, man.
There you go.
What's up
My
with that?
question is, yeah, what was the significance of coming to America though, United States, and want to be in politics, United States politics? Why you didn't go back to India?
And then, but then, why come they just didn't live in Canada? What's so? I don't get it. Isn't Canada similar to here? I don't understand. I'm confused. Why don't they just make their life out there in Canada, or like you said, go back to India? What's the significance of coming out here? American dream or scheme or?
To him. According to Attorney General Merrick Garland, the defendant is alleged to have planned a terrorist attack in New York City around.
Where's the evidence? I want to see some evidence. I want to see some documentation. I want to see
October 7th of this year, with the stated goal of slaughtering, in the name of ISIS, as many Jews as possible. October 7th, of course, will mark 1 year since the brutal surprise attack by Hamas on Israeli citizens that left nearly 1,200 people dead. Now, Khan was apprehended just a couple of days ago in Quebec. It's believed he was headed towards the U.S. border. A resident in the area said she saw police officers outside her home put a man in handcuffs on her front lawn.
They said that it was confidential and they couldn't tell me what was going on. I just saw, the SWAT team vans and the army and the guys all in camouflage with the M16s.
This suspect allegedly told the undercover officers that he chose New York City because it has, quote, the largest Jewish population in America and, quote, we could easily rack up a lot of Jews. He is charged with 1 count of attempting to provide support to terrorists. Nora?
Good work by the FBI and law enforcement. All right, Nancy Cordes, thank you very much.
Meet Amy, a determined digital marketer who is facing a big challenge. She's ready to scale her Apple Search Ads marketing strategy, but she doesn't have the resources to do it manually.
On Wednesday afternoon, police descended on Ormstown, Quebec, a quiet town just 20 kilometers from the U.S. border.
Right here, they stopped the car, they blocked it in, and then they stopped it here and they threw in the flash grenade.
Local residents photographed the arrests involving dozens of heavily armed officers.
They had a woman that was handcuffed on the front porch, and then they had a gentleman sitting on our front lawn, handcuffed behind him.
A criminal complaint filed by the U.S. Justice Department says 20-year-old Pakistani national Mohammed Shahzeb Khan had been under surveillance for at least 9 months. He allegedly traveled from Toronto through Montreal on Wednesday, using 3 different cars, intending to cross the U.S. border with the help of a smuggler who was to be paid in cash. Khan was allegedly motivated by ISIS, targeting a Jewish center in Brooklyn, New York, associated with the Hasidic community. The attack apparently planned for October 7th, the anniversary of the brutal Hamas assault on Israel. Prosecutors say he told his co-conspirators in the U.S. to acquire rifles, ammo, and tactical gear, as well as some good hunting knives. So
how would they get that, illegally or illegally? Shaq, what do you think about that? Wow. Where are they getting this information from? How would they, you know what I'm saying? Like, is there somebody snitching or like, what are they doing? What do you think?
Man, ain't no telling, man. Ain't no telling.
I just see some papers and it's like, what you know what I mean?
We can slit their throats, and bragged, if we succeed with our plan, this would be the largest attack on U.S. soil since 9/11.
Didn't we just say that? I'm not, you know what? I'm not even going to play the rest of the Shaq because we already know what this is. Didn't
I keep saying the largest attack on the soil, bro. Boy, how many times have we been attacked? How many times they done dropped bombs on the moon down there? They done blew the damn.
Did you want to begin with some breaking news?
Burnt it up, shot and killed, murder, burnt them down.
I know, move, bomb, and all that shit. I know, right.
Greenwood. I mean, Rosewood, Florida.
I know. How many
others they did this to, man?
That's a good point.
See, they be playing this damn trauma porn, man.
Yeah, this shit is trauma.
The trauma Olympics and shit, dog. Like,
yes, man.
You know what I'm saying? But they got people that's gonna represent them and allocate funds for them and PTSD money and stuff because they're scared because somebody's threatening them.
Right.
Yeah, we've been threatened by every goddamn body, man.
And that's just us alone. It's us, our people alone. It's us. Not no people of color or nothing like that. I'm talking about us alone.
Yeah, us
so
alone.
Right. Like Americans supposed to be us alone. Move, bombing, all that. And I'm talking about up until damn near recent day, into the 86 that happened, 89?
Welcome back, Truth Seeker. It's more news by the numbers. Dick Cheney. Remember when it was Dick and Bush in the time of 9/11? Imagine this quote from Dick Cheney. Dick Cheney says Trump can never be trusted with power again, and he's going to vote for Kamala Harris. Again, remember, it's all political theater. All of these people are crooks. Remember, the other Dick, Richard Nixon, said, I'm not a crook. But anyway, Dick Cheney. Why would he be the top headline today when we know that every day it's news by the numbers? Take a look. Take a look, you guys. Dick Cheney's got a January 30th birthday, born the year of Pearl Harbor, 1941. Remember, 9/11 was the new Pearl Harbor. But look, from his birthday to today is 220 days later. And what do we know about 220? Remember, in gematria, Donald John Trump, his full name equals 220. Just like how him and RFK Jr. teamed up on the 220th day of RFK's age. And again, Inauguration Day, January 20th, just happens to fall 220 days after Trump's birthday, which obviously benefited from in 2017. But again, it's just news by the numbers. There's been a number of other 220 rituals of Trump, which we've covered. But yeah, that's why Dick Cheney's up today. You know, your number's up. You learn this little gematria code. You start to realize where that phrase comes from. Your number's up. DC, the Masonic city, etched on the temple, all his number. Masonry based in Kabbalah. Kabbalah's little secret. Gematria, the practice of coding numbers into words. Again, going with the Book of Formation, where it's expressed in the first paragraph. God created the world with numbers, letters, and words. People who run this media, this government, playing God over all of our lives by controlling the information, and with it, people having their heads controlled because they're allowing these authorities to do their thinking from them.
Facts. Hold up. We're gonna finish that video I played the other day about the shooting. He was on dead on it. Oh man, look, he was dead on it. Hold up. Let me see.
Welcome back, True Seeker. It is September 5th, 2024, a day after the reported shooting at the Georgia high school. Remember, that was the one at building 940 on 9/4, days before the anniversary of the 94 assault weapons ban. Or you could write the date 4/9, and they told you 4 dead, 9 injured on 4/9. And then we talked about how the sheriff's name, who was in charge of the scene, his name in gematria equated to 49, like gun control. Well, now we have the father of the shooter arrested, and his name is Colin Gray, which equates to 49. And remember, the son's name is Colt Gray, which is a model of AR-15 made by the Colt Gun Manufacturing Company. And we talked about this shooting happened 47 days after the anniversary of Samuel Colt's birthday, which is the 15th prime, going with the AR-15. And the shooter being 14 years old when Colt equals 14. But if you're 14, that also means you're in your 15th year of life. Here's the other kicker with this. Today, the day after the shooting, has 58 date numerology, like Freemasonry equals 58 and secret society. The word father also equates to 58. And of course, the Masonic fingerprints are all over this thing. And we called that out before they even released the names of the 4 dead. And the first named person who was killed is Mason. But yeah, what a joke. And about the father's name. Colin Gray. Notice, Colin Gray, I just said how it equates to 49, which it does. It also equates to 139, and it also equates to 50 in 3 out of the 4 base ciphers. Look at gun control. Gun control is 49, 139, and 50. And remember, we're coming up on the anniversary of the assault weapons ban, which is the 13th of September, 13/9. And then 2 years to the day of that, Tupac was killed with gun violence in a mega ritual. So, again, just the same old numbers piling up, like we see time and time again in these national shooting stories that get so involved with the talking heads and the politicians. And again, it's nothing but an operation to get you to go along with an agenda to give up your rights and liberties.
Short time ago, we spoke to another student. His name is Isaac Sanguma. He was walking back to his class at the time of the shooting. Isaac, thank you so much for joining us. First, let me say I'm so sorry that this has happened yet again in this country. I'm so sorry that we have to talk to you under these circumstances. You know, when the story broke yesterday, it was tough to hear. Once again, here we go. I can't imagine what it was like for you who was there at the time. Describe for us, if you will, where you were, what you heard, and what you saw.
So basically, it was like around 10:20, and I asked my teacher to go use the restroom. And I was going to the restroom. I went to go see AP. So I went to go see an AP, and she said she was dealing with something very important. So as I'm walking around, I go to the atrium, and I see 3 cops. And as I'm walking by, I'm walking back. I go to the restroom.
Jack, 3 cops? 3? Why 3? Why the number 3?
I don't know. I think I heard like a boom, boom. But at first, it wasn't like a gunshot. Like, it didn't come to my mind as it was a gunshot. My instincts was just to run back to class. Plus, I seen like red sirens, red lights in the ceiling and stuff.
Why is he looking up?
Like that. So I just ran back to class, and I seen my teacher and other teachers getting their students that were drinking water and in the bathroom, getting their kids to get in the classroom. And it didn't feel real.
You know, so we have heard that we have lost 2 teachers and 2 students. Did you know any of the people who are no longer with us?
Yes, one of the teachers was my algebra teacher. She was my 4th period teacher. That same morning, she walked up to me, and I had threw up yesterday, so she asked me if I was okay. And she was asking me to come to class on time because, you know, my class is like right across the whole school, so I'd be coming to class late. She was begging me to come to class on time today. And I didn't know that was gonna be my.
See, he's looking down. He's not looking to the camera. He's looking. That's really disingenuous to me. You know what I'm saying? I know you could be nervous, whatever the case is, but that's kind of a sign, a trait of something that's kind of. You know what I'm saying?
Last time seeing her and talking to her.
But why only look down when you talk about the victim?
I know, Isaac. So how are you processing this?
It's almost like they're coaching the questions. So how are you process? Oh, well. Oh, did they do this? Oh, yeah. You know what I mean?
It don't feel real. I just can't believe my teacher, somebody that I see every day. You know, it just don't feel real.
Before you go, Isaac, tell us what she was like. What was her name? What was she like?
Miss Army. Okay, Miss Army. When I first came into class, Miss Army, she be telling corny jokes, and at the time it's just like, you know, when you're a student, you're just like, what is she talking about? But now it's just like, dang, like, you know. And Miss Army, she was real nice. I'm not gonna lie, my freshman year, I didn't pass algebra, so I'm retaking algebra my junior year. And she never made me feel ashamed about it. She never made me feel dumb. You could get a question wrong on the board, and she's not gonna make you feel dumb. She really make you, you know, she'll make you feel welcome. And all she do is just tell random jokes, and, you know, she really make you feel welcome, and she'll help you out. I'm not really good at math, but I just got the understanding of math just this year, being 3 weeks of school.
Isaac,
really
I know
nice.
this. I know this. You will never forget Miss Ermy. You will never forget the day yesterday. I'm glad you're okay. I think you still have a lot of processing to do. I'm very sorry this has happened to you. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
I know. I think we're all still processing. You know, the crawl came on the screen. I just keep thinking, we all think this. How many more stories do we have to report like this? I don't want us ever to become desensitized to it.
Right.
But
it happens so often here.
I thought Vice President Harris said it right. It doesn't have to be this way.
Oh, that was, you see that, Shaq? You see how they do that? Dude, this is political, bro. You see that? Oh, I thought she just, Harris, Vice President Harris just said, like, what? Oh, they're making this hella political, dude. Like, y'all connecting these mass shootings with politics and then what the politicians said about it. Wow. So is this about really stopping this, or is this just this, like, basically advertisement for the politician?
In the earth. And then remember the Georgia Guidestones, they came down, synced with the Pope on George W. Bush's birthday, on his 76th birthday on 7/6. What's the numerology of 76? Is it 7 + 6 is 13, 1 + 3 is 4? Yeah. The fake name on the Georgia Guidestones that they were credited to, that name equals 76, like Skull and Bones, Masonic order out of Yale. But again, look up the lyrics to Murder by Numbers. They did come out in 83 when murder equals 83. Now we got mass murder at a school on the 83rd meridian, synced with the 83rd governor of the state, where the politicians are already coming out and saying enough is enough, like they always do. And realize, again, these people work at a snail's pace. Think of the Sandy Hook era forwards. Sandy Hook era forwards. Think of how old those children are now. If you were let's say you were 10 years old when Sandy Hook happened in 2012, you're now 22 years old. You're a voting age. Right. And there's been a major push from that time forwards to really get in the mindset that we need to do something about gun violence. And we need to, I mean, Donald Trump, he said he's for the red flag laws. He said, take the guns first, ask questions later. I mean,
dang. Whoa, wait. Why would Donald Trump be for that, man? You supposed to be pro-gun, dude. Why would you be for red flag laws, man? That's not good. That could you could be trying to get a gun, you do background check, boom, they could try to flag you or something, man. Boom, stop you from getting a gun, bam, investigate you for what, bro? That's the red flag laws for regular. Why would you have red flag laws for regular people, bro? You know what I'm saying? The criminal is not buying no motherfucking guns from no gun shop, from no ammo brothers. You're not going to no damn rifle gear and being a regular motherfucking a gangbanging ass. I'm telling you, you're not from the street. You're not in the streets. You're not going to be buying no gun. Bro, why are you going to do these harsh gun laws for regular people? I don't get that. I mean, so it really to disarm people. They don't care. That lets you know they don't care about the criminal having guns. They don't care about them. They want them to have guns, right? They're not doing nothing for them to not have guns. That's the crazy thing.
This agenda. Brian Kemp is a Republican governor in a Republican state allowing this to happen. And
Georgia's a Republican state.
Whatever information I have access to as a typical citizen, Brian Kemp has 1,000 more levels of access. So if I understand this, why isn't Brian Kemp out there on his, podium today speaking out about what I'm speaking out against? Because they're all in the club, you guys, playing good cop, bad cop. Now, again, the address of this school is 940. Here's the address. 940 Heyman Morris Road, Winder, Georgia, 30680. About 2,000 people at the school, founded in 2000. 24-year-old school. They go from 2 dead to 4 dead in 24. Symbolism. The word gun equates to 42. Like Freemason, like Jesuit, like the Georgia Guidestones came down while they were 42 years old. The thing that gets the pokey doke in your arm, VACCINE, that equals 42. Everyone who went before you and sold you that scam was part of the club. Jesuits and Masons, every last one of them. But okay, again, 940 is the address. The date is 9/4. The assault weapons ban in 94. We're 9 days from the 30th anniversary. We're going to get to have the name of the school equals 93 like Saturn. Saturn has the 30-year cycle again. Saturn's connected to death and judgment. We have death. We have politicians coming out judging, saying, when are we going to legally? Saturn, the planet's associated with color black, like how judges wear black. When are we going to do something legally to undermine what the country's about? You know, we've been doing a great job censoring everybody. And again, don't get caught up in this crap of Mark Zuckerberg coming out and saying, oh, the Biden administration pressured me into censoring. Yeah, so did the Bush administration. So did the Obama administration. So did the Trump administration. Censorship was literally the worst it's ever been in the history of the country in the time of Trump. And remember, 1984, a book about censorship by government, became the bestseller on Amazon right as he became president, as he was saying he'd like to censor all of his critics. And again, I got taken down on his buddy's birthday shortly after he took office, June 28, 2017, only to be deleted 20-some more times since then. But anyway, look at the values of gun control. With the alphabetic order, gun control is 139. Freemasonry is 139. America's 139. With the alphabetic order and numerology applied, gun control is 49. Today's date can be written 4/9. America also equals 49, as does Washington. The number 49 is the 33rd composite number. The word Scottish equates to 49. Again, the Scottish Rite Temple is in Washington, 49. The capital for America, 49. Where again, 49 has a mathematical relationship of 33. You see how this stuff starts to fit together? It is a brilliant system that they've encoded. And again, to think about how it could have come to be, understand this knowledge has been out there for thousands of years. English was standardized with the 26-letter alphabet and the spellings we use today at the same moment the calendar was implemented, credited to the Jesuit priest Christopher Clavius at the end of the 16th century. So again, this system's been in motion in the time of the settling of the New World, when they learned how to mass produce New Testaments for a new world order, which the politicians, they put out there all the time. You know, both the Skull and Bones recent presidents, the Bushes, they always said that new world order. Bonesman is the alumni of that secret society. Bonesman 33. Again, Bush graduated from Skull and Bones in 68, became president 33 years later. Just like how in 1968 World Trade Center construction began and 911 was made the national emergency dialing code. Then 33 years later, the buildings come down. The Masons are the builders. Symbolism. Okay. All right, so gun control. Again, the 94 assault weapons ban was 13th of September, 13/9. And then 2 years later, on the anniversary of that date, who died from gun violence? Tupac, who was in the movie Above the Rim that came out around the same time, where the big hit single off the soundtrack was Regulators. Right. If you think I'm tripping, I have older videos and posts on this, how perfectly coordinated it all is. Because I'm not tripping. It's all by design. Remember how they rushed out the album of Tupac on the cross looking like Jesus?
Right.
And put it out on, remember the 5th of November, Guy Fawkes Day, special with the Jesuits, when they tried to blow up British Parliament for printing the Shakespeare version of the Bible, because the church didn't want printed Bibles out there. They wanted to keep it to, the priest class. But again, that was like the first mass-produced Protestant Bible, King James, straight Shakespeare. But anyway, you see how perfect it all is? You see how perfect it all is? And I wish more people appreciated when I did these videos, because you know what doing these videos does? It costs you your resources, your channel, your financial revenue. I watched a man last night scam his audience, shame my name, and then brag about how people were donating $1,000 at a time. And I just thought, God, these people that are just evil just got it flowing, man. I'm out here dropping the dopest knowledge there ever was. And very few people care and support.
No, he is right though. It do be like that. But see, they want to hear the bullshit. They want to, you know, they want to hear the fighting. They want to hear the, you know what I'm saying, the drama, the, you know.
Support. Anyway, I'm going to get that person later. That person's going to get it later. And you know what? His flock's not even going to blink an eye because they're under the mass spell, the major indoctrination. But maybe we might pull one or two of them out of the spell. That's going to be later today at 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 Eastern. There's some other information here that's super relevant. The one piece I'll give you is, again, the country's 248 years old, and so is the Illuminati. Remember, the Illuminati was founded by a Jesuit right before this nation was established. May 1st, 1776, Illuminati's birthday, founded by the Jesuit Adam Weishaupt. This country, July 1776. But today does leave 118 days left in the year. Again, death and homicide equal 118. Fateful numbers. Tupac died on a 118 date, on the 2-year anniversary of the assault weapons ban. And notice all of a sudden Tupac comes back when they got the first ever Super Bowl in Vegas on the Vatican's birthday. We talked about that last year. And, you know, the people behind his record label and why they did it the way they did. Never forget, Tupac, his alias was Machiavelli, a play on Machiavelli. Machiavelli wrote The Prince based on Caesar Borgia. Tupac died on Caesar Borgia's birthday. And then in 2016, when Prince died by the numbers, which we predicted before it would happen, the day of the Grammys when his girlfriend died, and she died the day of the 58th Grammys when Purple Rain equals 58, like Freemasonry, like secret society, like in the year of the 58th U.S. presidential election, which Trump won, and Prince had the song Black Donald Trump. But remember,
damn, he breaking that shit down, dude. Prince, I didn't even know Prince had a song called Black Trump, man. Interesting.
Prince died, and then days later on the real Machiavelli's birthday, May 3rd, Prince died April 21st, 421, like for you. The letter used the 21st letter. He had the song I Would Die For You. He came out in 80, or he wrote it in 83. Same year the police put out Murder by Numbers. But again, Tupac's mother was announced dead on the real Machiavelli's birthday, May 3rd, who wrote The Prince, again based on Caesar Borgia. And Tupac died on Caesar Borgia's birthday. And Caesar Borgia is where white Jesus comes from, if you don't know. The son of a pope. Today does leave 118 days left in the year. You could also say today is the first of the last 119 days of the year, which is also true. Fraternal Order of Police equals 119, like All-Seeing Eye, and their logo is the All-Seeing Eye, which is a Masonic symbol. Right. Winder, Georgia, has the same gematria as Bavaria, where the Illuminati was founded. And the Illuminati is 248 years old. It's the 248th day of the year. Winder, Georgia also has the gematria of Central Intelligence Agency, which was established in a major Illuminati ritual synced with the Pope, September 18th, 47. And I think this story is pointing to September 18th. Something wild goes down every year on September 18th. The Fed's supposed to announce the interest rate drop officially on September 18th, but I'm wondering if this story is pointing to maybe another shooting 2 weeks from today on September 18th. I'll get to why that is. Yeah, this photo right here, you know, a lot of people say, well, the circle there for the school is so the buses can come in and circle. Schools do have that set up. But understand symbolism.
You said something about the Bavarians, man. That's
dude, hey, look, hey,
casting a spell, which to has a negative connotation.
Damn, dude.
You know
what? You're kind of getting deep, but that's like the ancient people, huh?
No, that's the see. That's when you talking about these Anglos. You talking about these Anglo-Saxons. You talking about certain Protestants and stuff. See, those are the ones I suppose that was subjugating the other. That's Germany. If you look at what Bavaria, that's Germany. That's in Germany, dog.
Got you.
That's like the east. I think that's like the east side of Germany or something.
Got you.
Yeah, they think they were the ones that were thinking that they was the pure race Germans.
Got you. Kind of like Aryans, kind of like.
Huh?
Kind of like the Aryans supposedly.
Right, like that's exactly what you just said. That my bad. I said Anglo-Saxon, Aryans. There you go. There you go. There you talk.
But look at look at that. Look at that. Now, remember, I was saying that too. How they were all like all the kids like lined up out there like that. But look at the symbolism with it. He's breaking that shit down, bro. He broke not even just with the number. Well, a lot with the numbers, but just with the whole like the agenda with these politicians and shit. Like everything is like coded so perfectly. You know what I'm saying? So if you didn't know, you would know. But if you know, you know. You feel what I'm saying?
Not all witches are bad. Understand that as well. There's like people still use that word in the third world. You're like, sweet lady, her grandmother is the good witch. Well, she's not alive anymore, but she used to be the good witch for their village. She was the one they would go to speak the magical words and put together the concoctions with the vegetation in the jungle to heal the animals. That was like her role in the town. And, you know, sweet lady, when she learned about what I was doing, she's like, oh, this kind of fits in with my grandmother because they never taught me how to do it, but I understood that the words had to be just right that were spoken to the animals in the healing process. Anyhow, again, the first thing in casting a spell is making a circle. And it's interesting because the word circle equals 50. I just said America and Washington equal 49, like gun control. That's true. If you run the alphabetic order the other way, America equals 50, like if the land of 50 states. Gun control also equals 50, and so does Washington. Again, also like
circle, and square. That is some
square equals the same. That's just like he's talking about creating them spells in the circle. It's the same thing as a circle. I mean, a square is the same thing. You got that circle. Anything. Why you think they got everything? Everything is made out of circle. I mean, the circles and squares. That's them trying to harness the energy. We sit inside a room, the school, but that's a square box inside the room.
Right.
The dish is just square, the computer is square, cell phone is square, everything is square. That's energy. They're not trying to harness trap their energy in there.
That's some deep shit.
It's deep. It's deep, bro. These people are deep.
So they show you the picture of the circle. This is what CNN has for their story. And I don't think it's an accident because it is spells and spelling and sorcery and high ritual. So at least this time, the parking lot's not completely empty as they tell you something horrible happened at the school. They've done that to you about 100 times over the last decade. If you've been paying attention, like, nobody's even at that school. Remember the Tennessee school? The one at Building 33 where they said 33 faculty worked? Remember then they released the police video footage a few days later and the school was completely empty? Like, wait a minute. They're even showing you, they're going room to room. They're showing you the search of the whole school. It's completely empty. And then finally they get up to the library area and it's a shot from 100 feet away. And there's one person who's supposedly the shooter standing by the window. And not to mention in the different surveillance footage video they put out of that Tennessee Christian school shooting, in one surveillance footage, the shooter's wearing Pumas.
Yep.
And the other one, they're wearing Vans. And by the way, Vans is founded by Masons.
I remember that one.
And that was like, are you paying attention? Did you notice the school was empty? Did you notice the shoe change? Or you just believe in the crap we're feeding into your head? Because you're just letting us, the talking heads of the school.
You remember that, huh? Remember that shit? I remember exactly what he was talking about, bro. I remember that it was supposed to be that transgender shooter too. That was burned, bro. One set of footage. She had some Pumas on. One set she had some Adidas on. That's burned, bro.
He said Pumas was founded or made by Masons. Shit. I mean, Vans Pumas was made by the damn you know what I mean? The damn Nazi niggas. Nike's a Nazi company. Puma's a Nazi. Fucking Adidas is a Nazi.
Look how we get them rich.
I'm real nice.
Adidas. There were two brothers.
Put the lies in your brain that marinate.
Making them rich, sir.
Go along with. Marching to the tyranny because we're all here in suits smiling at you. Did I not update this? I forgot to put something here. So I caught this. The name of the county where this shooting happened equals 70, or the gematria of the county where this happened equals 77. I caught that right as I went live. It looks like I forgot to add it here. But today is 77 days before Joe Biden's birthday. And remember, 77 is a special number. This nation's capital is on the 77th meridian. And if you look into it, the United States, they were fighting to get the when they set up meridians and coordinates for this Earth, which wasn't all that long ago in history, the United States wanted the capital to be on the first meridian. America, number one. But when they didn't get that, they were also wanted the number 77. And that's interesting because United States equals 77, just like secret society. DC is known as the Masonic City. Police officer equals 77, like police department. Again, Fraternal Order of Police, which is Masonic, all throughout this country. Small towns, big cities. Police station next to the Masonic Lodge. Kitty corner from the Masonic Lodge. A block down from the Masonic Lodge. This little town I live in, population 4,000. The same building is the Masonic Lodge and the police department. We were recently talking about the Dallas police shootings of 7/7, if you recall those. Made for a good fictional tale. But yes, we're 77 days before Biden's birthday, the face of the government. His birthday is November 20th. Again, he's got the same birthday as the original RFK, who died in gun violence 10 days after giving a speech on how this nation needed gun control. Again, Kennedys were trying to undermine what it was about as well. People think they were the good guys. I don't think there's been any good guys in your federal government, sad to say. Got to be in the club. That's it. Got to play good cop or bad cop. Got to put on the show to get people voting for the different wings of the same bird. Same bird soaring over them, selling them out the whole time.
Right.
I see a future America where they're literally bombing Americans with drones because we didn't stop the tyranny. We just let it get worse and worse and closer to home.
Facts.
We'll call them American Eagles. People will even vote for that. Yeah, we need more American Eagles taking out the bad guys in our community. Probably bombing people's houses like mine. Put up a news story. Oh, yeah, he was running fentanyl in the country. That's not what he was doing. He was exposing your ass.
They do be doing that, Shaq. It be like that, bro.
But yeah, Joe Biden, like I said,
it could be like that, dude. They'll get you, you know what I'm saying? But see, that makes sense. The media smears you, and that's it. That's your job. The media's job to do that, to smear you. Make you seem innocent or guilty, bro.
94 assault weapons ban, Mr. VP to number 44. They had to let you know right away that the president's been briefed on the shooting in Winder. Oh, now I feel safe. I'm sure he's going to help us out. But again, just where we started. Wednesday, Georgia shooting, Winder, date numerology. Just perfect day for this. Perfect day. Again, right after the big football game.
Right.
Where Dabu Sweeney at Clemson just picked up his 44th career loss versus Georgia.
Right.
34-3 was the score, 37 points. You might have heard that part of that game was Roddy White, former NFL star who played for the Falcons, came out and said there's too many white people on Clemson. He's probably not wrong, but black equals 34. Roddy White also equals 139, the 34th prime. If you guys didn't know, Freemasonry equals 139 and free equals 34. Think about that. 139 is the 34th prime. But Roddy White had to come out and say that Clemson's too white. I mean, that's just the ritual in itself right there. Just more divisive stuff. But the score was fitting. The word black equals 34. We're going to have the first ever college football championship on Martin Luther King Jr. Day for this coming season. It's going to be January 20th. And by the way, don't forget, MLK was smoked on the 95th day of the year. Not Dabu Sweeney, but Kirby Smart, the coach of Georgia, got his 95th career win to open the season. 44 years ago, the championship was Georgia and Notre Dame. Notre Dame equals 95, Catholic school, like how Martin Luther, who wrote the 95 Theses, got smoked by the numbers by the Catholic Church.
That's who Martin Luther King's named after, Martin Luther. He was down with the Catholic Church. What's his name was down with the communists? You know what I'm saying? Damn, this shit he's breaking this shit down a little something. But that's interesting though. How there's connections between Martin Luther and then Martin Luther King all in that numerology. Because that's who Martin Luther King made, because it was really Michael King. That's who Martin Luther King named himself after, is Martin Luther.
The Jesuits were created 201 months later after Martin Luther penned the 95 Theses. From the MLK Jr. assassination on the 95th day of the year to the nation's first major gun control legislation was 201 days later. This year, the national championships on the 201st day of the nation's age on 20/1. And the Jesuit order equals 201. In Hebrew, 201 is associated with light. Knowledge is light to the occult. The Illuminati, the illuminated, the in the light, founded by the Jesuit Adam Weishaupt. George Washington penned the letters about how they were infiltrating modern Freemasonry. You can just put it all together because it does all fit. MLK's last speech in the Masonic Temple. Did he even really die? Ever seen the interview after he died where his little kid's like, Daddy is coming home for Christmas this year? It's like, uh-oh. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe mom was telling that, or maybe he really was coming home. A lot of actors on the world stage participating in the grand deception. But
a couple more minutes. We'll go
some
on.
things we'll just never know. But what we can know is that this government operates this way every single day. Can prove it in spades every single day. Hey, by the way, you think this is going to be political and talked about in the election? How about the debate in a few nights?
Right before the debates. Yo, wait. Check.
Shooting in Georgia 62 days before the election.
Yo. Hold up. Shaq, what you think about that, dog? It's like debates, what, 5 days away? Damn. That shit is crazy, bro. I forgot about that shit. This is gonna be another topic right there for them to debate about. Shaq, what do you think about that shit? That shit crazy.
Everybody's out there voting for the lesser of two evils. Some people out there because they want to vote away their rights and liberties.
That's basically what you're voting for, dude. That's a good point.
You know, they've been raised by the state. They don't have an individual mind. They don't have any sense of how to take care of themselves. They need somebody else to take care of them. They're looking for the newsman, the news lady to do their thinking. They're looking for government to feed them. They're looking for government to be daddy. Again, how did we get here? We got here through years and years, step by step, of indoctrination and being lied to and not checking those lies and going along with it. I was bringing up that show Utopia earlier, and I didn't even finish my point. Yeah, I was telling you what the show's about, how they put it out at the time of the pandemic, about billionaires faking a pandemic to mass sterilize, to depopulate. I forgot the real point I wanted to make about that show, though. I mean, that part is important. But the real reason I wanted to bring up that show is because another plot line in the show is that the billionaires are also raising children to use in political propaganda. And one of the things they show is they're raising children to be mass shooters. Another storyline they show is they have people that are like sleeper cell agents. They show a man who has a family and he's a mechanic. But then he gets a call from Big Brother, and they put like some beep code sequence in his ear, and he turns into a mass killer. It's like, look at all the stuff in this show. You know?
Yo.
What kind of show is this?
Yo. What the fuck? Yo, Shaq, what you think about that, man? A show like that. That shit, you know what, man? That's where we getting this type of stuff from too, bro. This is programming, bro. This is definitely what's that word? Predictive programming on a high level, man. You know what I mean? For you to make a show called Utopia and then they doing all that in that show and then it's playing out like that. That's definitely, that ain't far-fetched. It really is not. You know what I'm saying?
First, like my sister, they'll be like, oh, Zach, that's just in the show. Come on, your government wouldn't. Government's to keep us healthy and safe. Come on, Zach. Everybody likes Kamala. That's what my sister's saying these days. How can you not like Kamala? Everybody likes Kamala. I'll tell you who likes Kamala the most is Willie Brown. Willie Brown, he loves himself some Kamala. I'm sure he still loves himself some Kamala. Yeah, come over, Kamala. We know that Georgetown professor of yours who speaks to the DNC by the numbers. I mean, come on over, Kamala. If you guys don't know, Willie Brown, his Willie loves when Kamala comes around, but Remember, he was 60 when Kamala was in her 20s. She started working on Willie's Willie, you know. And now she's about to turn 60 right before the 60th election, and her 4 finalists for VP. If they weren't 60 years old, or at least reported to be 60. I mean, Tim Walz is supposedly 60. He looks like he's closer to 600. Looks like he's a biblical character. Hair's as white as snow.
Yo.
Bald top. Just a lot of guys are going bald in their 20s, but I mean, Tim Walz doesn't look 60 to me. I'm just like, he's 60? I don't think so. He doesn't look 60. But yeah, you know, Josh Shapiro, 60. The other two guys. Again, go back and look at our 4 finalists. If they weren't 60 years old, their names in gematria equals 60. Just like Donald Trump equals 60. And remember, Donald Trump. Oh, you got it coming tonight, Larry Gators. You're about to get smoked. And the only reason anyone's not going to listen is because they're too indoctrinated by the Society of Jesus. But don't forget, Donald Trump, Mr. 60, who had his ex-wife dead 45 years after their marriage, exactly 60 weeks into the first ever Jesuit Ignatian year, plus everything else. Again, these people are all as evil as they come and in the club. And again, all the Christians out there voting for Trump, remember, the highest degree of the Church of Satan is MAGA, M-A-G-A. Donald Trump was at the White House with Obama on the 45th birthday of the Church of Satan. It was the night of the White House Correspondents' Dinner, April 30th, 2011. And Obama joked that night that Trump would become number 45 on the 45th birthday of the Church of Satan, 45 days before Trump's June 14th birthday. That's who these people are. And realize, I mean, the real skill for all these people is they know that they can participate in evil, but then they can go before an audience and they can smile and talk nice and mislead and seemingly have no shame about it. And I can tell Larry Gators is one of those people too. You going to get it tonight, Larry? And again, because of the indoctrination, people are like, well, I'm just sticking with Larry. I'll let him tell me that I got to vote for the Church of Satan candidate or I'm going to hell because him and I both believe in Jeebus. Not even his real name. But hey, at least Larry gets that right. I did hear Larry say in that stream that if you pray to Jesus, you're praying to nobody because that's not his name. But again, he also told his people that if they don't vote for Trump, they're going to hell. Whoa, man, you are literally voting for Mr. Church of Satan. If you don't vote for Mr. Church of Satan, who's mocking you every day, you're going to hell. Imagine being that ignorant in 2024. You've certainly been listening to the wrong people. And I guarantee you've been listening to the Jeebus people. We trust the Society of Jeebus people before we trust you, non-believer, you antichrist, you. I hate that term, antichrist. I'm not into, fictional books. If that's what you want to just invest all your time in, fictional books. Stories from thousands of years ago, and not listen to people who are proving their point in spades and who are really looking out for your interests and helping you see the light and not get taken by tyrants and frauds and criminals who work on the criminal foundation laid down by Rome, which is religion and government. If you can't see that the people who are against those things and exposing it are on your side, it's because you're one of the sheep, which is the terminology used of the flock,
All right, I'm putting a little bit more and I'm going.
No, I've been here every day for 11 years showing you what's what. Not trying to pretend to be about something, not trying to, ride on the coattail of evil movements which hide in the name of religion and government and political parties. I could get on here and do my hair fancy each day, dress nice. You know why I don't do those things? Because those are the tactics of the indoctrinators, And sadly, you see, that's what people need. They need the flashy presentation. They need it to look like the news media for them to listen because they're under a spell, So I went over time. I got to start my other stream, but here, this question. But you're not religious. Yeah. I wouldn't associate with anyone religious. And anyone who says that they're about Jesus but not religion, I'm sorry. Jesus is the religion, okay? If you're about the name of the religion, you're religious. You see so many Christians, they want to run away from it because they know that religion's associated with evil, from genocide to slavery to mass murder to the Crusades. These are the things done in the name of the false god Jesus. The Romans gave you the J's. The Romans conquered the world. This nation's capital's architecture is all Roman, and they all swear in and claim to believe in that Jesus character. I get tired of people saying, oh, I believe in Jesus. I'm not religious. Yes, you are. That name is religious. That name is part of a religion. If you're spiritual and you believe there's a creator and you should live by the golden rule and pursue truth and do right by others, you know, that's every righteous spiritual existence there ever was.
Facts. So that's it. I'm gonna play on something else. Zach Hubbard. Check him out. Geometry Effects. See what I'm saying? Man, we got a couple more things to tap into. Hold on. Hold up. Yeah, man. So hold up, bro. All right, so let me play this. LTD Hip Hop. Check out his page. You see what I'm saying? Like, comment, subscribe to his page. If you spend some fire, man. So check him out. tdhiphop.com. All right, check them out.
Here, we're live. I want to thank you all for joining me today. If you can see and hear me clearly, please drop a 1 in the live chat, and then we can get today's stream started. And as I'm waiting for the ones to come into the live chat, if you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button, because that's the most important. If you're a regular to this channel, deportation moratorium, the ending of catch and release, the ending of Remain in Mexico, and the reinstating of catch and release. That created the migrant crisis as we see it, as we know it, and as we have it today. That is what did that, right? And because of that, we now have issues like Tren de Aragua, right? A extremely violent Venezuelan migrant gang. This was an issue that we did not have in this country prior to Harris and Biden's migrant crisis, but it's an issue that we have now. As you can see here, I want to go through this article just a little bit, not all of it, but it's relatively short. This is just confirming what we all know to be true and confirming what I stated to be true just now a moment ago concerning Tren de Aragua, right? ICE confirms Aurora, Colorado gang members are in the United States illegally released by the Biden administration. Many of you are familiar with the current situation in Aurora, Colorado. Many of you just got done watching my video speaking on this situation and have now migrated over to the live stream. So thank you for joining me. Let's get into this very quickly, because then I want to move into another article as well. But I just want to hammer this point home. 4 Venezuelan national members of the Tren de Aragua gang arrested in Colorado have been confirmed as illegal aliens per a statement from an ICE spokesperson to Fox News. The Venezuelan nationals ranging in ages from 19 through 24 all crossed the southern border through Texas illegally in 2022 and 2023 under the Harris-Biden administration. All 4 were arrested by Aurora Police, and ICA has placed detainer requests on 2 of them. The 4 were arrested after a shooting which occurred near Nome Street Apartments. Once again, I'll read that one more time because I fumbled it. The 4 were arrested after a shooting which occurred near Nome Street Apartments, one of the apartment buildings in Aurora, which had been overtaken by armed members of Tren de Aragua. And for those of you who don't know, but obviously the overwhelming majority of you that are watching the video knows, Aurora, Colorado is facing a serious issue with this Tren de Aragua gang taking over multiple apartment complexes in the city. That is the issue that they're having right now, but it's an issue that they would not be having if it wasn't for Harris and Biden opening up the borders, literally creating the
I mean, yeah, that's my thing. It's like, you see, the thing is, they do something, and then they act like they don't expect you. You see what I'm saying? For there to be the problem, and then when you point the blame at them and show that it's a problem what they did, it's just like, oh, this is past the buck time. You see what I'm saying? But I thought Kamala Harris was supposed to be the border czar anyway. What happened?
Migrant crisis. And with the election underway, we're less than 2 months away now, technically less than 2 months away. What a lot of people don't know and a lot of people don't understand, this is why I recommended a very great book. Hopefully I remember the title of the book. It's called Overrun. The title of the book is called Overrun. You can find it on Amazon. It's an amazing book on the migrant crisis and how it was created. It's a book that goes into deep detail concerning the migrant crisis. Once again, if I remember correctly, the book is called Overrun. And one of the things that's discussed in the book Overrun is how knowledgeable would-be illegal immigrants are, right? Potential illegal immigrants are, how knowledgeable they are of the immigration laws in the United States while on the opposite side of the border, and how closely they watch the U.S. election, right? And because they're watching the U.S. election closely, just like last year, this year now, and I should just say, just like last election, they were watching it closely and they were ready to storm the border upon a Biden victory. Now, on the heels of the upcoming election on November 5th, with the threat, in their eyes at least, with the threat of a Donald Trump presidency, we can expect a huge surge of Kamala Harris's migrants, to flood the border the closer we get to the election. The title of this article right here reads, "Flood of Migrants Expected to Rush U.S.-Mexico Border Around 2024 Presidential Election, Border Congressman Warns." I want to get into this right now very quickly, and then we're going to get into Kamala Harris's plans to basically fast track everybody into citizenship into the United States. So let's get into this article right here very quickly before we get into Kamala's plans, right? What she has planned for illegal immigrants in this country. The article reads, "A tidal wave of migrants is expected to surge across the U.S.-Mexico border around the time of the U.S. presidential election," DailyMail.com revealed. There is widespread concern among U.S. federal officials that migrants waiting in northern Mexico will make their attempt to cross in mass as November 5th nears, just as Americans head to the polls. Federal immigration authorities have been told to prepare for a huge spike. Texas Congressman Tony Gonzalez told the DailyMail.com on Tuesday.
At the same time, I'm not surprised, man. You know, they kept their doors open for a reason for everybody, man. You know, I'm not surprised. This is what they wanted. This is a plan.
Republican lawmaker who represents over 820 miles of Texas-Mexico border, including hotspots El Paso and Eagle Pass, explained cartels that smuggle people over the border will actually advertise on the election. These criminal organizations are amazing at marketing. Imagine a criminal organization starts marketing, the border is going to shut down because Donald Trump is going to win the election, Gonzalez stated. The article continues to read, they will use that to vamp it up. Whether it's true or not, it doesn't matter. This is a selling point. A potential Trump presidency is widely seen among migrants as limiting access to the United States and all the freebies that they get in cities like Chicago and New York once they get here. 5-star hotels, free housing, the works. Stuff that American citizens, don't have access to. But I digress. Gonzalez added, migrants could feel an urgency to get into the country before Trump takes over, assuming the GOP presidential candidate wins. Mexican cartels that make over $13 billion a year, according to the New York Times, moving illegal immigrants across the border, have spread misinformation that has caused chaos on the border.
Why would anybody be listening to what the cartel has to say?
The Harris-Biden administration has been netting the Mexican cartels $13 billion a year. 13 billion. That is crazy money. That is unheard of. You have Fortune 500 companies that aren't even coming close to smelling $13 billion a year. But by way of the Harris-Biden open border policies, the cartels are making that kind of money. Go figure. Harris 2024, I guess. Vote blue no matter who. Let's carry on. Several times last year, the thugs circulated rumors among migrants in the Mexican border city of Juarez, across from El Paso, Texas. In one case, they convinced migrants that U.S. authorities were giving asylum to any migrant who surrendered at a particular international bridge in El Paso. That resulted in about 1,000 desperate Venezuelans storming the El Paso North Bridge in March of 2023. They were met by riot guards from U.S. Customs and Border Protection, who shut down the bridge and stopped them. The article continues to read in closing, a second factor that could cause an influx of migrants at the border is Mexico. Now listen to this very clearly. Since January, the Mexican government has stepped up efforts to stop mostly South and Central American migrants traveling through its country on their way to the U.S. Pressured by the Biden administration, meaning this is something that he could have done the moment he got into office, but he deliberately chose not to. I repeat, pressured by the Biden administration, Mexican officials have set up checkpoints to find migrants Mexican officials have set up checkpoints to find migrants on northbound buses and trains and return them to Mexico-Guatemala border, right? So that's what's been happening. When you hear all this talk about how migrant crossings have gone down, all this stuff is at now record lows all of a sudden, lows that we haven't seen since 2020.
It sounds like some BS, man. I'm gonna be honest with you. Of course they're gonna say that, you know, to try to undermine the fact that there's really more coming.
It's because the Biden administration finally, for once, has put pressure on the Mexican government to do something about all the illegal immigrants crossing through their country and headed to the United States. Once again, what does that tell you? That tells you that Biden could have always done this. He could have always put this kind of pressure on them, but intentionally and deliberately chose not to. And that is a fact. And like my man just stated, shout out to Sincere Love to God. Sincere Love God. Sincere Love to God said they gave them another route. Yes, Border Patrol has already stated that though the numbers have gone down, by way of Biden pressuring Mexican government to do so, right, to actually do their job and do their due diligence to make sure that they don't have illegal immigrants crossing through their country to get to ours, the Biden administration does have other routes that they're using to bring them into the country, right? They do have other routes, and that has been confirmed by Border Patrol on many occasions.
Wow.
So even these numbers that we see that are lower than usual, apparent supposed record low numbers, it's not really what it seems. They really just have another route to get in. But about the border wall, well, we all know that she put the red hat on and she said, let's make America great again, like TD, right? She wants to make America great again like me. And she put the red hat on and stated that she wants to build the wall. But we all know that she's lying. We all know that she's lying. She doesn't want to build the wall. She never stood for that. She's just saying all type of nonsensical flip-flopping foolishness because she's a flip-flopper and that's what she does. Let's get into first how Kamala Harris feels about the border wall.
On the subject of transnational gangs, let's be perfectly clear. The president's medieval vanity project is not going to stop them.
This issue is about a vanity project for this president.
Right.
And it is a problem of his own making.
Right.
And listen, when I travel
How
this
do you
country, folks have
problem?
plenty enough problems that they need their president to focus on instead of a wall that, by the way, because I was a prosecutor for many years, including the Attorney General of California, I specialize on transnational criminal organizations.
Yeah.
That wall.
She stay reading off a script, doesn't she? I mean, if you listen to enough of her speeches, enough of her talking, she says the same line over and over and over and over again. It is unbelievable. She never speaks off script. It is unbelievable. If you compare her to Trump Advance, it's amazing. These guys are always speaking off script. They're always in news conferences with a bunch of, reporters. They're always doing interviews. These guys are always speaking off script. And then when you come to Kamala, she can't speak without stumbling over her lines. When it comes to Tim Walz, I mean, he just doesn't really exist. He just doesn't really exist.
Ain't gonna stop them?
No.
I specialize on transnational criminal organizations.
Yeah.
That wall ain't gonna stop them.
No.
Look at how she trying to sound. Man, this lady, man, people just like her just you know what I'm saying? Just because they so-called think she black or because she got the D behind her name or just, oh man. I just think people are just as corny as the candidates, man. They were just so full of shit. That's how I look at it.
There goes the cackling. There goes the cackling. That's when you know she's full of it. Please, excuse me. For those of you who don't know, if you don't live in Los Angeles, some of you do. It was about 106 degrees today. And I'm hot, so I need to get my preacher rag right now and just wipe myself down. I have to do it. I can see my face shining all on the live stream. Lord have mercy. Okay, just had to get the preacher rag one time and wipe myself down, especially with these huge lights beaming down on me. It's like 3 degrees hotter in this room than it should be. But let's carry on. And shout out to my man AB Promotions who said, "You better thank a TD for the live stream." I appreciate you, AB. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you for the support you show this channel. Now let's carry on because I want to continue on with Kamala's policies, right? The next video that we're going to get in right now is what she's going to do on day one as it pertains to ICE detention centers. As it pertains to ICE detention centers, basically jail for illegal immigrants. This is what she's literally going to do on day one.
Hi, my name is Sally Hartman. I'm a volunteer with the Center for Worker Justice.
Okay.
I want to know, when you become president, would you be committing to close the immigration detention centers?
Absolutely, on day one. On
day one. Why would you do that?
And thank you for
On day one, she's going to close detention centers.
Wow.
Not only is she going to close the detention centers on day one, she is also not going to build any type of border wall at all whatsoever. Also, as it pertains to ICE, Kamala Harris wants to abolish ICE. That is a position that she has taken in the past. And she also took the position of ICE being the parallel equivalent to the Klan. Yes, if you ask Kamala Harris, is ICE the parallel equivalent to the Klan? Kamala will tell you yes. I want to pull this clip up right now. We've played it before, as I've played pretty much all these clips before, but I wanted to have them all compiled in one stream for you guys. Listen to this foolishness coming out of Kamala Harris's mouth concerning ICE being the equivalent parallel to the Klan. What we would let me start it from the beginning. Give me just a second, and here we go. Also, hit the like button if you haven't already, and subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel. Please hit that subscribe button for me right now. Thank you very much.
Klan was what we would call today a domestic
group
Why? Why would we call them domestic terrorist group?
because they tried to use fear and force to change political environment.
And what was the motivation for the use of the
It was
force?
based on race and ethnicity.
Right. Are you aware of the perception of many about how the power and the discretion at ICE is being used to enforce the laws? And do you see any parallels?
I do not see any parallels between
I'm talking about perception.
officers and agents.
I'm talking about perception.
I do not see a parallel between what is constitutionally mandated as it relates to enforcing the law.
Are you aware
protecting
that there's a
people's rights. I
perception?
see no.
Are you aware that there's a
that puts
perception?
ICE in the same category.
Understand, she's going to get destroyed by Trump in the debate. She's a horrible speaker and she's not a good debater. She messed herself up just now. I've explained this before. She meant to say perception. She messed up by saying parallel, because parallel is what she actually meant. But she didn't want to use the term parallel because she knows the blowback that could have came from it as it pertains to Black Americans being offended by you comparing ICE to the Klan. There is simply zero parallel connection between the two. So she meant to say perception, but she messed up because she's not as bright as a lot of people like to think that she is. And she said parallel. And we have a gentleman here who I believe is an ICE agent who pinned her down on it and now won't let up off the fact that she said parallel versus perception. And she's going to keep trying to clean it up by saying perception, even though she meant parallel. So now let's
Well, you know what?
with this
Another
kind of
thing too
somewhat
is because
debate going on
she's
here, that Kamala Harris
this is why
lost
she'll make a bad
immediately the
president,
moment she
because
opened
she's
her mouth.
argumentative, bro.
As the KKK.
She's very argumentative and don't want to back down on her goofy ass statements. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You don't want nobody in a position, in leadership position like that, dog.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
She made her career off of being a prosecutor, bro, and being in an authoritative position where she say goes and you that's not what a president's supposed to be. You're supposed to be able to delegate. She's not a good delegator. She's not a good.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Sound like she's trying to use her position of authority to.
That's what I'm saying. Abuse of power. Yes, abuse of power. We know a lot of people, man, that the power, once they get certain authority positions, they're innate to abuse their power.
Oh yeah.
I mean, we never heard her making. We never ever heard anybody else like that make statements when they're in a position, in that type of position. You make a statement with the swipe of a pen. You could just, you know what I mean?
Man,
What kind of
that's
moral?
crazy
What kind
to
of
say
moral
that.
is that? That's you know what I mean? That's like
That's
you got
crazy to say.
a vendetta towards somebody. Oh well, you know what I'm saying? You trying to equate ICE to the damn Klan, and she still ain't answered the question. It's faking the question about illegals coming into this country, bro. With all, and you're not them going through a checkpoint. You know what I'm saying? And getting properly searched, properly, you know what I mean? Making sure that these people, you know what I mean? Are vetted.
Oh, for sure.
Vetted. You don't know, you know what I'm saying? This is why we got the problem with some of this stuff that's going on. Not just because of her, but individuals like her that when they
She
get
tried
in
to put
those
it on
positions
Trump.
that they, huh?
You probably put that shit on Trump. Like, wow, dude. It's because of Trump. How? Y'all been in office for
in office.
years.
She
She got
got-
way worse under Trump. What are you talking about? Bro,
She-
come on, man.
Y'all was just in office, bro. You was deciding votes in the Senate. So stop it. If there was anything that came on that desk, anything came your way, you could have, you like I said, stopped it.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
And Biden feel like you said, certain shit. See, they talk a lot of bluff. There's certain stuff they can do, put in place. Obviously, we see. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Put into place what they shit they wanted to put in place, and they voted on stuff they wanted to vote on.
Exactly. Exactly.
It got to do with the American people. They are anti-American people, man. As you can see, she got more empathy and sympathy for damn immigrants coming to the country than the damn people that's been here taxpaying and voting for her, motherfucking.
Crazy, man. So why you gonna vote though? It's like, if you so-called black person, why you even participate? Well, they ain't gonna see it like that, Shaq. Most women ain't gonna see it like that. You know, it's a symbolism thing. It's living vicariously through this lady because they black and she a black woman, like, you know what I'm saying? They ain't gonna make your life better because she in office. I don't get that. I don't think a lot of people see that.
Oh, yeah, look, let's be honest. Y'all make bad choices all the goddamn time. Somebody got to come clean your bad ass choices up. Y'all, you know what I'm saying? You don't want to be held accountable. See, this is another thing. It's a poor example. Some of these individuals, females, don't want to be held fucking accountable, so they just say all type of outlandish shit to cover up
and do all
types held accountable and saying, "Hey, you know what? We're gonna fix it. We're gonna fix it."
Right.
You're gonna argue the man up and down about ISIS, about ISIS being damn Ku Klux Klan, being a Klan. And the circumstances were definitely different. Because you're talking about race. No, we are talking about illegal people coming into the country. We have standards law, like you said, Constitution. It says you got certain border laws. You got border laws now. Now, obviously, she don't want the border laws because she's an immigrant. And that lets me know that either her parents came in illegally, because why would you have so much empathy and sympathy for illegals coming into a country
that's
when a lot of children already ain't protected with the sickos that's in this country, and you letting a lot of more illegals coming in for these foreign countries that don't, they don't give a damn about local government.
Hell no, they don't.
Give a damn about local law.
Just like these gun laws, they don't. That's just gonna affect people that pay taxes. That ain't gonna affect the criminals on the street. They don't give a fuck about no fucking gun laws. That just goes to show you.
Administration too. They the ones lowered the gotta remind people. They was the ones that pushed, signed off on lowering.
You said on what?
Crimes. I said they lowered in certain states. They lowered crimes, lowered the penalty for crimes, man.
Right.
For these immigrants, only for them though. Only for these immigrants, not for your black butt.
Oh no.
Not for your black butt. Because you committed a crime, she gonna lock you up and keep you locked up to do slavery.
That shit is treasonous, man.
Yeah, and it's biased too because you're prejudiced toward the American people, the taxpayers, but you got more. You're pro illegals coming in the country. Not even you don't even want them to come in for the proper procedure. You don't care as long as they come in.
As long as they're coming in. And see, that's what it seemed like to me. Welcome, put the welcome wagon out, man. That's what it seemed like to me. All these laws in the books for you though. You know what's crazy?
Yeah.
It's crazy that three strikes was made for American citizens. That wasn't made for no illegals. Ooh.
Illegal at best they get deported. You can't even lock them up and house them. At best you get catch and release at best.
Good point.
Yeah, at best you catch and release. You can't house them. That's why I say when they working, they're not getting paid. They're getting paid like pretty much on the table. They're not getting taxed. They not. So you filling up the work hours, but it's like I don't know. It's like you cooking the books at the same time because these people are not accounted for because they undocumented.
That's what they're making it easy, man. Oh, making it hard for you, making it easy for them, man. All right, so let me play the rest of this one.
Yeah.
A little more of this real quick, man. Straight up.
Is that what you're asking?
Let me rewind it just back just a little.
Let's see a parallel between what is constitutionally mandated as it relates to enforcing the law.
Are you aware that there's a
people's rights.
perception?
I see no.
Are you aware that there's a
that puts
perception?
ICE in the same category as the KKK? Is that what you're asking me?
No, I'm very specific about what I'm asking you. Are you aware of a perception that the way that the discretion
I see no parallel.
I'm not finished.
I see none.
I'm not finished. I'm not finished. Are you aware?
She loves that goofy line. That's why she's so mad that the mics are going to be muted. She wants to say, I'm speaking. I'm not finished. I am woman. Hear me roar. You won't be able to say that in the debate, though, unfortunately. You won't get that sound
right.
bite.
And let's get one thing
There's
clear.
a perception
Let's get one thing clear.
Right. Let's get one thing clear. This will benefit the black community. No, damn well it won't. Well, damn well it won't.
That ICE is administering its power in a way that is causing fear and intimidation, particularly among immigrants and specifically among immigrants coming from Mexico and Central America.
Bro,
Are you
they're not supposed to be here, dog. What the fuck?
You see what she pro?
Wow, bro. But then what about the truancy laws for actual citizens, for actual nationals?
Obviously, this woman don't care about them coming in and committing crime because, first of all, it's a crime to illegally cross the border. We got rules and regulations now. We ain't back in the wild West days where anybody can float, come and go as they please. Laws has been set up. Statutes with hell, you was in the government, she know. So I don't know why she playing this game while all you sudden you're pro immigrants because she's an immigrant. That's why it's hard and near and dear to her because she's an immigrant.
Right.
So she's gonna fight for immigrants because she's an immigrant.
Right.
So you're gonna subjugate the American people, citizens, residents, state nationals, state citizens, or whatever. You're gonna subjugate them to because you was a great immigrant, Leslie. You was an immigrant. You are an immigrant. Still is an immigrant. I don't know if she's naturalized or not. I don't know. Did she go through naturalization? Do anybody talk about that?
Right. Good question. That's a good ass question. That's a good question, Sharp. She's full of it, bro.
Yeah, and she sit here want to argue, man. Like the man already said, move on to the next question, son, bro. You want to sit here and make an argument, and you make a bad, piss poor argument.
It's supposed to be, and you're gonna grill him because he's a white guy, even more like stupid.
You're trying to make a point that ISIS is the same as KKK.
That's crazy, bro.
And the point is because they're you know what I mean? Because they're migrants, immigrants.
That's a slap in the face, bro. That's a slap in the face. Well, that's crazy.
I'm glad if I was great at it. Okay, well, let's send these immigrants to your front line. Let's send them to your city.
To your area.
You comfortable. You got to see you in a comfortable, secure place. Why don't you make your town and city a damn sanctuary city? You bring them in. Why don't you bring them into your home then? If you got so much love for them, they shouldn't be, regulated. Because that's pretty much what you're saying. They shouldn't be regulated. They should be able to come in and do what they want to do. But we know they're using them for cannon fodder, like you said, for election time. And,
do you ever do the dude Zach Hubbard was saying? It was saying right before this is right before the election. You notice the shootings? I mean, right before the debate. Right before the debate.
Right before the debate. Got 9 on the 10th.
So perfect things to talk about, right? Give them some things to talk about.
Right.
Give them a topic to talk about, like gun control. Ooh. And then, I mean, they're both for it. They're both for it. Trump, did you hear? I don't know if you heard me. Trump is for he's for the red flag laws, dude. That red flag law, you could be trying to buy a gun. They do a background check on you. Fucking think you're suspicious. Boom. Flag your shit. For what?
See, the only thing with this stuff like that, you got too many biased presidents, people that's already in these sectors, and just like her, they're making their own decisions off their own personal identity. You know what I'm saying? And their own perceptions.
Exactly.
The laws will be bad if individuals, if they operate them the way they're supposed to be operated. Yes. And without, bias and you know what I'm saying?
Right.
But that's hard because you got individuals that get in these positions once again, and they're making decisions and choices off their own personal perception.
And see how was that? How is that supposed to be fair, man? You know what I'm saying? That ain't, that lets you know this shit is definitely not no damn Republican. I'll tell you that. That's a fact. The Constitution, I don't even know if that shit exists. Like, what is going on? Did they freeze that motherfucker, put it on hold or something? Because this shit is, man.
Like I said, I think it's done.
And just by how the cops are able to shoot and kill people, that says a lot right there too.
I think it's done.
What'd you say?
I think it's done. Like I said, we need to find out how much weight the state constitution holds.
Well, you sound a little bit lower.
The Constitution is federal.
Want to come a little bit closer to the mic? You sound like you got lower. What you say now?
Yep.
Yeah, this is done with the Constitution, man. You can tell. You can tell these people.
Yeah, obviously, because she ain't mentioned that. He mentioned some Constitution. She mentioned that. She ain't mentioned nothing about the Constitution at all. She going off all feelings and emotions, personal perception. Yeah, personal perception.
But see, why would you even want a woman to be in a position like that? That's crazy.
I feel it's crazy. Just like the KKK.
You know? That shit is crazy. But not even just that. Look at what kind of, she don't have no integrity. Look what she doesn't stand on anything. With no kind of real policy. And then you could tell, like, BlackRock, somebody's giving her the policy. And, like, what the fuck? What is this motherfucker? Allstate auto insurance and shit? Like, you know what I'm saying? They getting the policy in the mail and shit. You feel me? I don't know, man. I just think you're right that this is too biased. There's no I don't even see how they could even think that people are part of this system the way everything is. It's like you voting for somebody to have control over you. Does that make sense? Like you're voting to be governed. You see what I'm saying? Which is really wild when you think about it.
Aware of the perception.
I do not see a parallel between the power and the authority that ICE has to do its job and the agents and officers who do it professionally and excellently with lots of compassion.
Sir, how can you be the head of an agency and be unaware of how your agency is perceived by certain communities?
There is a lot of perceptions in the media and in the public that are incorrect about the agency.
But the perception exists. Would you agree?
That's burnt, huh? She's tripping.
Whether or not it's correct. And wouldn't you agree then that if that perception exists,
she's trying to treat this like, bro, we not in court, bro. We just having a
to correct the
perception. Argument shit that you see that she's trying to make an argument, and she's trying to win the argument, as you can see.
Talking about perception. Who gives a man this perception of all types of shit? This perception of motherfucking you, of Kamala Harris. Is that shit true? You still your fucking flat ass is still running for the president. You ain't stopping that perception, right? Oh, funny built self, man.
Do want to advocate for the workforce, the vital public safety mission that they have to protect the homeland. And I think more people need to know how valuable they are to the society. So I agree with you on that.
So I understand your point that you want to defend the honor of the good men and women who work in the agency. And I appreciate that point. And I know the vast majority of the men and women who work in the agency do a noble and good job. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the perception.
Where did she
You see how he flipped it on her and then got her to agree with him? Yeah.
Who cares about a perception, bro? The perception, you
mic's
cannot
being muted
control
was the worst
anybody
thing that could have
how to
happened to her.
perceive.
I know
That's
that.
so foolish.
What kind of contract is that perception under?
Because see, she's emotionally attached. See, she's personally attached, bro. That's why she keeps saying the perception. Who? What? By who?
And you know about damn immigrants, bro. That's what she's trying to say. Who gives a
You
fuck
saying
about?
perception about the immigrants?
Yeah, what they say, bro. That's what she's saying. It's like, man, the motherfuckers.
You
don't
trust
got-
the immigrants over your own
People, bro.
people in government positions, bro? You goddamn traitor. Motherfucker need to be took outside and beat with a sack of potatoes and sent back to goddamn India.
Yeah, that
Real,
shit
man.
is stupid, man. That's funny. That's real, man. Oh shit. She's wild, bro.
Against Trump. She's going to look extremely
crazy, man.
foolish,
She really something wrong.
this Tuesday. But let's carry on. Because this is how Kamala Harris feels about the border as it pertains to decriminalizing the border. Okay, we've established that she doesn't want to build a wall, and she's not going to do that. We've established that she's going to remove and shut down all ICE detention centers. We established that she wants to abolish ICE, and now we're going to establish that she wants to decriminalize the border.
Very spirited debate on this stage last night on the topic of decriminalization of the border. If you'd be so kind, raise your hand if you think it should be a civil offense rather than a crime to cross a border without documentation. Can we keep the hands up so we could see them?
There she goes with her hand raised. There she goes.
I am in favor of saying that we're not going to treat people who are undocumented across the border as criminals. That's correct. That is correct.
Let's let her expand on that.
What about truancy, though? What about truancy?
To somehow suggest
That she treating them like criminals?
that an undocumented immigrant is a criminal. Being an undocumented immigrant is not a crime. I know what a crime looks like. An undocumented immigrant.
It is a
not
crime.
criminal. An
What the fuck is she
undocumented
talking about? You
immigrant
in law,
is
fool.
a criminal. An
Undocumented. Damn
An
crime.
undocumented immigrant
Cross
is
somebody's
not
border
criminal.
illegally.
Undocumented
We can't go to. We
not
can't cross
criminal.
to Canada
An
illegally.
undocumented
Fool.
immigrant is not a criminal. An
You know this shit,
undocumented
man.
immigrant is not a criminal. An undocumented
You know that
immigrant
shit
Look
is
how
wild,
all
man.
of us undocumented criminals. That's how she, obviously she's must be undocumented. You need to check her documents. We need to pull her
Yeah, that's weird. Why would
documents.
you
Her
be
mom
An
documents.
undocumented immigrant is
That's what we
not
need
a
to do.
criminal,
This is
and we
too
have to
personal for
correct
her.
course in this conversation. We're not going to treat people who are undocumented across the border as criminals. That's correct.
But you trip. But
She
you.
has
But
held
it's
that
funny that you
position
wanted to
and
lock
the
a black
positions
man
that
up.
we have been going through right
Look at
now,
her evidence.
literally
You
for
wanted this man to be locked up for life.
years.
For
That's
life.
You
funny.
saw her repeating
No,
that
that really ain't
same
funny.
line,
That's really
past
shows you
and
that's
present,
biased, and she don't need to
since
be in
for
no.
over
She
a
don't need to be
No,
no
she
decade.
don't
governor
need
in no
to.
damn
The
United States government
moment she
position
gets in
ever again.
office, oh, with
Oh, hell no.
Cause she's
the
an
swipe,
open inside trader, man.
Oh, for sure. For
You don't
sure.
want to criminalize motherfuckers. You want to decriminalize. It's already been a crime. It's already a crime if you do it. She want to decriminalize it. She wanted to
Right.
be decriminalized, and she's for it to be
That's crazy.
decriminalized.
Wiping the Constitution with the ass, man. I'm telling you.
I wish I had that
No, she
video.
just look.
There
She's
was
for
this really
unlawfulness for undocumented people. You see how
That's
you see how
crazy, bro.
emotional she got with that.
Why would you want that, man? Because she undocumented. She anchor baby. You
You
know what I'm
gotta
saying?
be. You know, it's personal.
It is personal.
it was this like real like dictator like video, and many of you have probably seen it on social media, where she goes, "With the swipe of my pen,
Because doesn't watch
I can
this. Does
destroy
it go
your
both
life.
ways?
And with the swipe of
If
my
we go
pen,
into some, if we
I can
go into Canada, or we go into Mexico, undocumented.
The motherfuckers ain't playing. You can't go to
They ain't
the
playing with you.
you can't go to the you can't go to Mexico, dude.
You can't
Yeah,
go to
but-
Canada undocumented. You try to cross over Canada illegally. You want to?
Why you can't go over there? Hell no.
How the hell is she get in this country anyway? That's what I need to ask. That's the question I need. Did she
But
come through
see,
Mexico?
why they always go to Canada from here?
Yeah,
Like the
did she
law-
go to Mexico? How she
the
get
law
in here?
pad. Don't you gotta be a citizen of Canada too? I'm confused. Like Canada's the launch pad and shit for the United States.
put charges on you. And with the swipe of my pen, I can destroy your family's life. Have you all seen that video on Twitter? That video looks crazy. That with the swipe of my pen video
Yeah,
of
I'm trying to
Kamala
understand
Harris
like
looks
so-called black folk.
crazy. I think
Now,
she
you know y'all been getting
gave
the
that
hammer
with the
pushed down
swipe
on
of
you.
my
Y'all
pen
voting for this
speech
woman who
when she
literally
was like the
your mind pushing the
district
hammer down on
attorney
your
or
black
the
ass.
or the what's it called, the attorney general, something like that, of San Francisco. The whole with the swipe of my pen, I can destroy your life. It was crazy. If you're not familiar with the swipe of my pen video, you should go on
Her career should
YouTube.
be done in the United After
I'm
this,
sure you
man,
can
her
find it on
career should be
YouTube,
done,
but go
man.
on Twitter, now known as
Her
X,
career should
and
be
look
done
that
in the
up.
United States,
Put
dog.
Kamala Harris with the swipe of my
And
pen.
she don't mind.
If
She don't
that's
mind
not
putting the law
dictator
down and
talk,
putting the law
I
down on
don't know
American
what
people.
is.
But
Now, I
immigrants, she got
want
to
to
soft
allow
heart for
Elizabeth
immigrants.
Warren to speak for a little bit. I've read this article a handful of times, but I've never actually played the video on Elizabeth Warren discussing what Kamala Harris is going to do as it pertains to a pathway to citizenship, meaning mass amnesty bill, right? Whereas citizenship for all, as well as how when she takes office, what she's going to do
You know why?
is
Because
make it
that
a
might
point
make
to
her
fund all
see. I
sanctuary
don't think
cities and
she
states. So she's
gotta
going
be
to pour
she gotta
billions
be
of
illegal
dollars
immigrant.
into cities like Chicago,
I don't know
into
how they
cities
even
like
got
New
this
York
woman
City to fund the resources needed to assist illegal.
What you saying, Shaq? My bad.
No, I was saying I don't know how she got in, because if she's trying to mass amnesty for undocumented immigrants, is that somewhere her trying to cover her butt up? Why she trying to get in so she can cover her butt?
Right.
And anybody else they kind of slipping in?
That
What?
makes sense.
What about the so-called terrorists that's coming in? They possibly can come in and harm American people. Obviously, that don't matter to this woman.
I know.
It don't matter. Or anybody that's on her team, because somebody should have pulled her to the side a long time ago. Man, what are you saying?
Exactly.
What are you saying? Because ain't no such thing as no rights for all. That's a damn lie.
That is a damn lie.
Hell, you got to have a passport to go to some of these damn countries, man. We can't sneak in no damn country, bro. If we get snuck in the country, we butt out. You know, the United States ain't coming for if they do. They're going to lock your ass up if they come get you.
Immigrants get housing, food, shelter, clothing, everything that they need. Money is going to pour down and rain on these sanctuary states and cities. Meanwhile, the citizens of said population will get nothing. So let's get into what Elizabeth Warren had to say. I don't want to read that article. I'd rather Elizabeth Warren tell you herself.
Have more resources in the states and cities that are supporting migrants. And I believe
that was when she was talking about the money. That was when she was talking about the money.
The border, to have more resources in the states and cities that are supporting migrants. And I believe we need to create a pathway to citizenship. All of that is a part of what we need to do for comprehensive immigration reform. Kamala Harris will work with Congress and get that done.
Pathway to citizenship. Kamala Harris will work with Congress to get that done. Pouring resources down by way of financial resources down on sanctuary cities and states, Kamala Harris is going to get that done. No border wall, Kamala Harris is going to get that done. Dismantling ICE detention centers, Kamala's going to get that done. Decriminalizing the border, Kamala's going to get that done. Abolishing ICE, Kamala's going to get that done. We've literally gone through all of the videos, in case you've missed it so far, where she literally said these things out of her mouth. And now we're seeing it come from her party members as well concerning Elizabeth Warren. And watch this video here from Chuck Schumer. This was actually in 2022. This is a video that recently went viral again on social media, on Twitter. But this is actually an old video. This is what Chuck Schumer had to say about the migrant crisis and illegal immigrants in 2022. It kind of makes you think and wonder whether or not this was all planned out, which obviously it clearly was, because I've proven that point a million times over. But let's let Chuck Schumer talk. I'll let him speak on it.
Now more than ever, we're short of workers. We have a population that is not reproducing it on its own with the same level that it used to. The only way we're going to have a great future in America is if we welcome and embrace immigrants, the dreamers, and all of them, because our ultimate goal
Bring
is to
them
help
in,
the
don't
dreamers.
test them, make sure you ain't testing them and see if they got any diseases, any
got
viruses,
politicians,
any
bro.
bugs they bringing in.
Damn, bro. That's the agenda, dog.
That's
They
the
straight up
agenda, man.
saying it. Talking about reproduction. What the fuck does it? Man, motherfuckers reproduction just reproducing just fine. You know what I'm saying? Hold on, let me play my boy Monel real quick, man. He got a voice message. Let me do what Monel got to say real quick. We reproducing just fine, Chad. You hear that? They ain't trying to make
I don't know with these jabs. I don't know.
Ooh, good point. Good point. Let me see about boy Monel real quick.
Sorry, that's why I know what's going on in America. But my grandmother,
My bad.
what I told you, saying, man. Seconds. The whole symbol, that's what I studied. That's why I know what's going on in America.
Facts, facts. Oh yeah, all them symbols and signs. Oh yeah. But then this dude is saying bro. This is all planned, man. Shaq, they saying it, man.
Get a path to citizenship for all 11 million or however.
11 million. Oh, that's a lot of fucking people. Yo. Shaq, that's a lot of fucking people, bro. Yeah, but see, when we say that, we say stuff like that, we're conspiracy theorists. Oh, you guys are just. When we say that there's a, they're trying to purge us out of here, or they got a plan to do this, or plan to overpopulate this group over us, and they say that we conspiracy theory, we crazy, and we interested. There's no agenda. Sound like an agenda to me, man.
However many undocumented there are here.
They need to start sending them to their city. Send them to their, like you said, send them to their house then.
Yeah,
first class to their goddamn house, in their city, town. See how they live.
Over million that there are here. We're going to give them all fast track to citizenship. Everybody's becoming a citizen. What does that translate to? Votes. That translates to votes. And as it pertains to how many of them are here, that 11 million number is a lowball number that has been repeated over and over again for like the last 2 decades or a decade and a half. Obviously, they're going to make an update to that number now because of the migrant crisis. But I often discussed in the past years ago a Yale University study that came up with a more accurate number pre-migrant crisis, which was around, I believe it was 20 to 22 million illegal immigrants were in the country. This was pre-migrant crisis, okay? The Yale University study came up with the number around 20 to 22 million illegal immigrants were here pre-migrant crisis. Now, if we take the lowball number that we've been given by mainstream media concerning how many illegal immigrants have crossed the border since Harrison Biden took office, I think the number is between 10 and 12 million illegal immigrants. So we're looking at roughly around, what is that? About 34 million illegal immigrants, somewhere around that range. 34 million illegal immigrants in the country right now. About 34 million, I believe.
Imagine that, Shaq.
I'm glad he used it. Huh?
Yeah, you had to grant that off like a mouth. That's big time.
I'm glad he's using the word illegal, not using this damn migrant shit. I'm glad he's using the word illegal.
Man.
We're going to start using their word in their language because they want to get you in that mind state so you can acquiesce. If you don't contest, it's our duty to contest this stuff. We have a right to contest anything in the proper manner, and definitely in the public setting. You know what I mean? Same way they talking in the public setting and telling you what their agendas and plans is, and what their perceptions is, and what their what they perceive.
Right.
You know what I mean?
That's true.
Offer to New Where Act, bro. This was already in place. These are the new Americans. When she talking about equality and stuff, just add illegal immigrants or documented immigrants to the end of those words and those speeches, because he ain't talking about you. They're talking about these new Americans that they come in and they want to set up, that they are setting up.
It's a new America, man.
34 million. And what they want to do is fast track citizenship, all of them, and rain resources, financial resource that is, down to all of them. They're literally telling you what they are going to do. Why people don't want to believe that is beyond me. But it's all been laid out right here for you to see. It's all been laid out right here for you to share with your family and friends. You can't say nobody warned you, because TD warned you. Just like Hotep Jesus and them say Hotep's been told you. Well, when it comes to the migrant crisis, since 2020, TD been told you. I promise you, TD been told you. I've been told you. I've been told you, and I'm still tolding you now. Okay, I'm still tolding you right now. All right, and hopefully the people listen. Hopefully you will listen. And you all know what to do this November. I know what I'm going to do. I'm voting for this guy right here. Okay. I'm voting for the greatest president for Black Americans since Abraham Lincoln. That's who I'm voting for.
I have been the best president for the Black population since Abraham Lincoln.
And why was he the best president for the Black population since Abraham Lincoln? Because he loved the Black population. I love the Black population. I've done so much for the Black population. Let's let him say it himself. Let's let the greatest president for Black Americans speak for himself.
I love the Black population of this country. I've done so much for the Black population of this country.
I love the Black population of this country. I've done so much for the Black population of this country. That's what I'm voting for. Oh God. Okay. That's what, and you all know what you need to do. Listen, a vote for Kamala Harris is a vote for illegal immigration. I've said it a million times before, all jokes aside. So if you love illegal immigration, I mean, you know what to do. Vote blue no matter who. But if you're voting for mass deportation, you know what to do. And that's Trump this November. That's what I'm doing. Hopefully you make the same right and proper decision. With all that being said, that does it for today's show, man. I want to give my thank yous before we head out of here. Thank you to my man, Untried Genius, for coming.
Shout out, mess with TD Hip Hop Media. He be putting it down, man. You know what I'm saying? Check him out. I'm playing one more video. I'm about to be out, man, after this. So let me see. A lot that's been going on, man. A lot that's been going on. Well, you know what? Hold on. Let me play a little something. Let me go back on Gematria Effects real quick. Hold up. My bad.
Just last week it was the hockey player who supposedly with his brother was out riding on Highway 551 with his bicycle after sunset when he got killed along with his brother, right as the 155th college football season's kicking off. And he played in Columbus, where Ohio State is, the second-ranked team in the nation coming into the season. And, of course, he played at Boston College. And in our community, we knew those 16.5-point underdog Boston College Golden Eagles were looking prime for the upset. It was all about 106. Not only did they upset, their QB had 106 passing yards, 106 days before the first Jesuit Pope's birthday, just like what we predicted. Again, Boston College, one of those Jesuit schools where Matty Ice went to, Matt Ryan, who used to play down in Atlanta, where homie Rich Kwan's from, who no longer breathes, according to the headlines. And again, we're going to cover that as well. But yeah, it's just, I just can't believe, I hate to use that word, but I really cannot believe, I cannot fathom how more people are not aware of what we've been educating about for over a decade. As it just continues to unfold and we're just getting slapped in the face every day with the mockery into these tyrants who were made to pay taxes to. 14-year-old Colt Gray. Yeah. Again, if you guys haven't seen the show Utopia, it's about billionaires raising children to use in ritualistic murder for propaganda purposes. They're even raising children to be mass shooters in high schools, in schools, period. Nice little show. Again, the main plot of the show is about billionaires faking a pandemic to mass sterilize the world to get the world's population down to 500 million. Amazon did a remake of it. It came out in 2013 in the UK. Amazon did a remake of it. And released it just in time for the lockdowns of the pandemic. Sure, it was all just a big coincidence. But yeah, look at this, you guys. 14-year-old Colt Gray takes out, I mean, did you guys see what they did with the final count? They said 4 dead in the 4th state, Georgia, 9 injured. I mean, was that not the date? Was the date not 4/9, the 4th day of the 9th month, when I told you gun control equals 49? And if you're going, but we write the date 9/4, you're right, we do. We do write it 9/4, and the address of the school is 940, and it comes days before the anniversary of the 94 assault weapons ban. I mean, we talked about all this before they went to the 4 dead, 9 injured. Before they gave us the killer, Colt Gray. So, did you, I mean, we were talking about how the Masonic fingerprints are all over this. Did you see one of the 4 dead? His name is Mason. Another one of the guys is AR, or it's actually RA. It's RA, the reflection of AR. So one of the guys is Mason, and the other one has the RA initials, the reflection of AR. Oh, man. Just clowning. These people are just clowning. Mason Schermerhorn, sound the alarm. It's unbelievable they can still get away with this. It's unbelievable my sister still thinks I'm tripping. She's in her house right now. She's like, what do you mean, Zach? Everybody likes Kamala. Like, oh, boy. I think we see the real problem here. One of us definitely has more IQ points than the other. You guys see the gematria Colt Gray? Can I go over these numbers with you again if you're new here? Gematria, however you want to call it. The practice coding numbers into words. Comes from Kabbalah. 4 base ciphers of the English language. Alphabetic order, Colt Gray 101 in that cipher. Alphabetic order in numerology, Colt Gray 38. Reverse alphabetic order, Colt Gray 115. Reverse alphabetic order with numerology, Colt Gray 43. If you write out the word killing, it equals 38, 115, and 43 in the exact same ciphers. Keep in mind 43 is the 14th prime number. They're saying the shooter's 14 years old. If you write out assassin, it equates to 101 and 115 in the same ciphers. Yesterday, we talked about the Masonic fingerprints all over this thing. Masonic equates to 115 and 43 in the same ciphers as Colt Gray. And for the record, Lucifer also equates to 38, 115, and 43 in the exact same ciphers. And remember, Albert Pike, his book Morals and Dogma, it's considered like the Masonic Bible. He talks about how Masonry venerates Lucifer. Lucifer's the light bringer. Light to the occult is knowledge. It's obvious the occult is into doing things that most of us would consider dark and demonic for power and influence, from something like this, scaring everybody. And again, I'm not going to come out and say this is a hoax. I don't know that it's a hoax. Maybe they really did raise up a little Colt Gray like they showed us in Utopia. Like, oh, yeah, we're going to get those AR-15s. Let's name this one Colt Gray. Yeah, if Samuel Colt was alive this year, the founder of Colt, the arms maker, his birthday would have been on the 201st day of the year this year, born on July 19th, the 201st day in a leap year. And if you don't know, Colt handguns took off in the year 1847. Go figure, this shooting was 47 days after his birthday. As we know, government equals 47, authority 47. Huge, everything in D.C. is 47. Republican, Democrat, President, White House, even the letters D.C. themselves, the cornerstone laid for D.C. on 47, date numerology. The Masons study the 47th problem of Euclid. We just saw what Kamala did. Her parents studied with Huey P. Newton, the founder of the Black Panther Party, who died at 47. And then Kamala speaks at the DNC. on the anniversary of his death. You know, he founded the Black Panthers in the Bay Area, Kamala from the Bay. She's trying to do what Obama did, who took office at 47. She's trying to become number 47. Her mama died on 2/11, the Vatican's birthday, when 2/11 is the 47th prime. Of course, that's also the 42nd day of the year. And again, she died right after Obama became president. And 42 months after her and Joe took office, he passed the torch. But anyway, let's come back to this. These numbers are just killing assassin numbers that we've talked about 1,000 times throughout history. And if you just saw the what was a hoax, I'll call that one a hoax for sure, the Donald Trump hoax, it was all the same numbers. It was all the same numbers in the Donald Trump hoax. With the pimple-faced shooter who had no motive. And a story that makes zero sense. Because when the Secret Service is out there, they roll deep and they're everywhere. They're covering every inch of every service. Never seen the Secret Service in person, it'll blow you away. It's like, whoa, how much tax money do we spend on these guys? My God. I was at Arizona State in 2004 when we had the the presidential debate between Bush and Kerry. Secret Service was on campus for the whole week before the debate even happened. You couldn't go anywhere on campus without Secret Service. They were inside every building. They were on top of every building. They were covering every blade of grass. They had a perimeter around the whole campus. I mean, no. I remember when Obama came to Seattle, if you were on the highway, man, you were going to get shut down for an hour in the spot before the entourage even came by, and then you had to wait for an hour while the entourage drove by, like a gazillion black SUVs. It's like, how much security does the dude need? Is he that bad of a guy? I mean, Obama was saying Gaddafi was an evil man, and then Gaddafi's like rolling around the streets in a convertible Mustang, with all out the top. People just want to touch him. Obama's like, yeah, Gaddafi's a bad guy. We're going to send NATO to stomp him out. Meanwhile, no security, just wide open, just cruising slow down the streets. But everyone's waving their flags. God bless America. We're the greatest. Meanwhile, the president needs $5 billion worth of, entourage anywhere he goes, and you have to sit in traffic and have your whole day wasted.
Yo, yeah, that shit is crazy, Jack. That shit is crazy if you think about it, man. That shit burnt, man. Gaddafi didn't have no security because the motherfuckers loved him. That's crazy, bro. If you think about it, nobody was gonna touch him like that. They respected him. That's crazy, yo. Well, meanwhile, Obama, that shit is hilarious. But that's true though, man. It ain't Republican, Democrat, man. It's both, actually. That's the problem. You see what I'm saying? And they got the media to, shape and mold whatever kind of perception that we have of them. You see what I'm saying? At all times, it's crazy.
Obama's in town. Meet with Billy Gate, probably talking about how much more money they need to spend on spraying the bug spray in the air. Sure, that's all helping our health. Billy Goat always says that'd be a good idea to do someday, like they're not already doing it. It's all the tic-tac-toe patterns up there. Oh, you don't want to say that? You sound like a conspiracy theorist. Just turn back on the CNN. Didn't you hear about Colt Gray? That's what's important today. It was Colt Gray. He shot 4 people in the 4th state. 4 dead, 9 injured on 4/9. I don't know what's wrong with people, man. Again, long before I figured out this letter code, I was looking at it for over a decade. I was like, what are they doing with the numbers? And again, it was always 47. It was always 47. That's why I was just like, this is the question I ask myself every day. I was like, what is 47? I mean, what's up with all the 47? And now here we are, 47 days after Samuel Colt's birthday anniversary. In a way, I look back and I'm like, how come I didn't find the answer to that question until like after a decade of looking into it? Why did it take me so long to find the answer? Here's a Colt Gray, you guys. Do you want to buy one? They sell them. Colt Gray.
Interesting.
They got a nice big Reddit post on it from 8 months ago.
Interesting.
The Colt Gray model, AR-15. Keep in mind, 47 is the 15th prime number. How about it? 47, the 15th prime number. Look at it. Samuel Colt, born July 19th. Colt's first two business ventures were producing firearms in Patterson, New Jersey, and making underwater mines. Both ended in disappointment. His business affairs improved rapidly in 1847. Texas Rangers. Well, hold on. What did the Rangers do yesterday? They used to be run by the Bush family. Hold up. The Rangers do yesterday. I always think about sports. Man. Rangers put it on the Yankees yesterday.
What do y'all think about how that this kid's named after the AR, and they said that he had an AR? That's kind of interesting, huh? His name is the name of an AR-15 gun. That's kind of weird. Very weird.
Well, that's interesting. I'm have to think more about that one. Bush family used to run the Rangers. Talk about secret societies, Skull and Bones, 15 members per year. Remember last year? Last year we got those nice 50-1 odds on day one. We said, oh, it looks like the Rangers got the narrative to win the World Series after they blew out the Phillies, defending NL champs, perfectly synced with Bush's birthday, 267 days after his birthday. And then sure enough, the Rangers did win the World Series, and they also won it the 119th World Series on the 119th day of Bush's age, 4-1, like his daddy was number 41, and Skull and Bones equals 41. Yeah, we had all that before it happened. That's the beauty of this knowledge. You know, you see the news before it's coming. You see the sports before it comes. It's just nothing but scripts every day. And you just follow all the little Masonic fingerprints. American baseball is credited to the Mason Walt Abner Doubleday. Football is credited to Walter Camp, Mason and Skull and Bones member, Naismith, Freemason. Basketball's Naismith. Here's the new details, you guys. Important stuff right here. This is the real news. It's what all the pros tune into. Oh, put on more Anderson. I need to hear some Wolf Blitzer. Hey, Jake Tapper, tell me the news. Just weeks into the new school year, classrooms and hallways turned into scenes of carnage and horror as a mass shooter killed 4 people in the 4th state, just outside of CNN's headquarters. Remember when Anderson Cooper went up with the owl? You know, like owls associated with Moloch and child sacrifice. Anderson Cooper goes after Sandy Hook, and he holds up the owl, and he goes, this student right here who drew this owl, they also wrote a nice letter, and they said they just wish police officers and army people had guns. Oh, isn't that sweet? And you know, Sandy Hook is just down the road from old Yale Skull and Bones. And remember, Batman in the 33rd episode of Batman way back in the day, it's revealed that Bruce Wayne's father founded Skull and Bones. Remember that year you also had the mass shooting at the Batman premiere in Colorado on what's typically the 201st day of the year. It wasn't leap year that year, though, so it was the 202nd day of the year. Like Skull and Bones also equals 202, like the DC area code. And then that year for the Batman movie, they released a new map of Gotham City, and they changed the neighborhood area that was always called South Inkley to Sandy Hook. And the next thing you know, you had the Sandy Hook shooting synced up. 201 months after Dune Blaine, which got the gun rights taken away in UK. You know what's funny? They said this was the 45th school shooting. I'm surprised they didn't go with the 44. I think they would have done that if it wasn't for us. That means there were 44 on the year before it happened in Georgia. The old 44 stayed on the exactly 44 weeks into Brian Kemp's age. Brian Kemp equals 44, like Georgia, like shooting, like Wednesday, like military, like execution, like officer, like department. The police department, you always got to take their word for it. Whatever the authorities said is what's true. I like how they compared it to the Covenant School, too. That one was all about 33. This school winders on the 33rd parallel. Oh, the Covenant School PSYOP. Remember then you got the body cam footage from the 2 cops who were Jesuit educated running through the completely empty building? That's just what drives me nuts, how they just keep doing this. How they just mock everybody and no one blinks an eye. Dr. H. Wayne Carver. Mr. Carver, could you tell us about some of the children, the kind of clothes they were wearing, Mr. Dr. H. Wayne Carver? He's like, oh, those kids, they were wearing cute stuff. Like, this guy just had an autopsy of like 20-some children. He's laughing about it. And what happened to Dr. H. Wayne Carver? I think he did a bad job acting because he was dead not long after that, if you recall. Yeah, go back and look at the way they did Dr. H. Wayne Carver, man. He didn't last that much longer. Robbie Parker, you didn't do too good either. You better watch out, buddy. You might be next. I wouldn't be surprised if that was the headline on the anniversary of Sandy Hook. Robbie Parker just couldn't handle the stress, so he took his own life with a Colt Gray AR-15 in the mouth. Don't be surprised if that's the headline in December. Nobody would blink an eye. Like, wait a minute, Colt Gray. I can't remember it. It's the United States of Amnesia. Harry, in case you missed yesterday's stream, just to recap, I mean, we knew right away. We said, oh, this has all the hallmarks of the propaganda, and that was before they really jabbed us with Colt Gray. But again, just if you're new here, alphabetic order forwards and backwards, shooting in Georgia, both 44 and 37. Like, just days earlier, Georgia gave Dabu Sweeney his 44th loss, the coach of Clemson. The score was 34-3, 37 points. Just watch. You'll see the same stuff over and over all year. A 31-point win on the 31st of the month, which is the 11th prime, like football's 11 on 11. Roddy White comes out and says there's too many white players on Clemson when black equals 34. Get the joke? They win with 34. Former Georgia football star says Clemson's too white. Ah. Anyway, the town Winder, 37, again, 37 date numerology, 307 days after Brian Kemp's birthday, while modern Freemasonry is 307 years old. Again, Masonry is based in Kabbalah, where this whole thing of letters and numbers comes from. If you counted the total span of days, it'd become 308 days would be the total span. It's 307 days after his birthday or his 308th day of his age. 308 days is exactly 44 weeks. So that means it was also a span of 44 weeks into his age. And Brian Kemp does equal 44 as well. So just too perfect there. And again, I mean, they literally had to tell you one of the victims' names was Mason. And how many times have we seen it? Who remembers the Mormon missionary who survived 3 mass shootings? Why can I not remember his name? I got the United States of Amnesia. It's on the first page of my first book. Hold on. Missionary, Mason, terrorism, mass shootings. Hold up. I got to pull up this story. It's out there. Yeah, right here. American Mormon missionary injured in Brussels had 2 other brushes with terrorism. They talk about this guy just dodges bullets like he's a Neo from the Matrix. Mason Wells. And of course, Mormonism was founded by the Freemason, Joseph Smith, who saw the angel Moroni, which sounds like moron. Moroni, moron, freedom. We got the freedom in the U.S. The only part of that word that matters is dumb, because you're certainly not free. You're free to be lied to and be so dumb you can't see through any of it. But again, Winder's on the 33rd parallel. Big number with the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry. Again, police, masonry, federal, secrecy order. They're all 33. Again, the building address is 940, going with the shooting on 9/4, 9 days before the anniversary of the 94 assault weapons ban, which Biden said he was going to get done in the time of his administration. We'll see. But that was on 13/9, again, gun control 139. Then 2 years later to the day, Tupac is dead from gun violence, as they love to say. And you use numerology instead of just the alphabetic order. The new alphabetic order of numerology, gun control's 49. And again, we were talking about this. And then later that day, you guys saw how they put out the headline later that day. It ended up with 4 dead, 9 injured. I mean, how many more times have we got to see it? And remember, the number 49 is interesting because 49 is the 33rd composite number, which means numbers that can be divided. Scottish equals 49, America 49, Washington 49. The nation's capital is the Masonic city with the House of the Temple, the Scottish Rite headquarters where the highest degree is 33. Scottish 49, Masonry 33. I mean, does anyone know if Samuel Colt was a Mason? I wonder if he was. He very well might have been. There's been a lot of prominent Masons in history. I don't know that one off the top right now. Ask questions, find answers. Wouldn't shock me if he was. And oh yeah, that's right. And we see this all the time too. The sheriff in charge was Judd Smith. Judd Smith tells you about the 4 dead, 9 injured. If you guys missed it, when I went to the Kroger-owned store mass shooting by my house the other year on the 38th day of the year, again, death, murder, killing, RIP, they all equal 38. Just like how this shooter's name equals 38. They said a 38-year-old killed a 38-year-old in that shooting, if you'll recall. And then they couldn't find the shooter anywhere until the feds found him 11 hours later. The master number, like 38, breaks down to 11. The feds found him on the federal interstate. But just this stuff over and over. I think we're going to have to, I haven't done a phone call in a moment. I think we're going to have to call Sheriff Judd Smith's office today. I think we're going to do that here in a second. We might have to call Brian Kemp's office too. Got a little bit until I got to start the football live stream. You guys want to join us for the football live stream? We'll see if we can start the year off with a bang. The right kind of bang. That's going to be at 3 p.m. Pacific, 6 Eastern. I'm out here on the West Coast. Yeah, again, there's some other things here that I covered in yesterday's stream. I won't be super redundant. Again, Joe Biden's got the 37-44 as well. This is immediately became political. Kamala weighed in yesterday. Trump weighed in. Trump said if he becomes president, he's going to stop this kind of evil. And who falls for this crap? Or mass shootings not happening by the numbers when Trump was president last time? The 20 things that Trump says he's going to do when he's in office is like, well, why didn't you do any of those things when you were in office the first time? I mean, who's believing this? You got to be into that freedom. Both these political parties are owned by the same thing. You know, Georgia does equal 62. The word Mason is also 62. Mason is also 62. And remember, March 3rd, 3-3 is the 62nd day of the year, except for in leap years. Mason 62, Masonry 33, the whole calendar set up by the Jesuits who built modern Freemasonry, who wrote the rites for the Scottish Rite. Here, let's call Sheriff Judd Smith. I'm pretty sure we can look up the number. Sheriff Judd Smith office. Let's see. I'm going to the right place. What is this? Not now, please. Barrow County, that's the one. Barrow has that gematria 77, like United States, like secret society, like the shooting 77 days before Biden's upcoming birthday. Wow, the phone number, the area code there is even. Wow, look at the area code, you guys, 770. And then it's funny that his number starts with 307, just like it was 307 days after Brian Kemp's birthday. Remember, I didn't make this up. The Masons are the one that etched on their temple all his number. Damn, the last four digits are 3080. All right, maybe one of those things is a coincidence. Oh, hold on. Before I call, just in case you missed the short video I put up on Rich Homie Quan, also Georgia, right? Man, it's just getting bad in Georgia. In case you missed the short video, just real quick, he was just in the news yesterday for being connected to the Young Thug trial that's going on. And then the next day, supposedly he's overdosed. And like I said, I mean, just go back through the archives and see what I'm doing every year on September 5th. I'm literally talking about the same stuff every year. Dead black entertainers on September 5th every year. Every year. And sadly, it does not fail. Look, he's from Atlanta, Georgia, 59. Like how today can be written 5'9". Again, like slave, Negro, Roston, blues equal 59. Like in Jewish gematria, kills 59. Like today is the first of the last 118 days of the year. Homicide and deaths 118. But notice his label. His label's also associated with Motown, and Motown Records came out in 59, like how Black History Month ends on the 59th day of the year. And again, they just killed OJ 59 days after the Super Bowl, before the year of Super Bowl 59. And now this is in the news. The opening day of this season that will end with Super Bowl 59, where no matter who wins tonight, 59 is going to play because either the Ravens are falling to 5-9 versus the Chiefs all time, or Lamar Jackson's getting his 59th regular season win. And with regards to Lamar, this man's actual name has Lamar in it. Hey, let's not forget when the ex-Motown CEO just dropped dead at 59 the other year. You know what I mean? Let's not forget what they did to Coolio, dead at age 59 on the 59th day of his age, on 59 date numerology, which was also the 46th anniversary of Stevie Wonder's Song Pastime Paradise coming out, which was the sample for Coolio's big hit Gangsta's Paradise. And of course, 46 years matters because sacrifice equals 46, and so does rap. And Genesis 46 is about sacrifice. But yeah, this rapper in the bass ciphers, his name equals 257, 86, and 121, like blood sacrifice. 257, 86, 121. Notice how blood sacrifice is also 67. So is his rap clique, which is called Rich Gang, 67. And then his full name's also 337, and he's literally dead 337 days after his birthday, and also 337 weeks after his only studio album came out on the Motown label. And look at the day the album came out. March 16th, can be written 16/3, like 163, the 38th prime number. And again, rapper, death, killing, murder, RIP, they're all 38, just like how they coded it into Colt Gray, the shooter. And hold up. I saw something that I didn't include in my decode yesterday. I think it's from the Stoneman Douglas anniversary, if I'm not mistaken. Remember, Stoneman Douglas happened in Parkland on February 14th. Joe Biden said on the anniversary of Parkland that there's going to be major gun control reform. But if I'm not mistaken, maybe that's what it was. Was it before the upcoming anniversary? That's what it is. So yesterday's shooting to the upcoming anniversary of the Stoneman Douglas shooting is 163 days, the 38th prime. And now we got the 38th shooter. And again, that date matters because, again, that's the day that Biden spoke and said there's going to be major reform. So 2025 will be the 4th anniversary of him saying that, like Georgia's the 4th state. And again, Parkland, 2/14 shooting. JFK died from gun violence at Parkland Hospital in the 214 area code. All these things are jokes. They're all jokes, and most people aren't getting any of them. But yeah, this rapper's dead at 34. He's dead 29 days before his birthday when Black has that 2934 connection. I mean, where's your argument? When you're making videos saying Zach's doing fake gematria, and there's songs out there called Gematria, the Killing Name, where the chorus is America is a killing name. There's a song out there, Murder by Numbers by the Police, where killings as simple as ABC is 1, 2, 3. What about this is fake in your world? Showing the same stuff every day? Don't kid yourself if they're going to come out and say that he overdosed on fentanyl, because 337 is the 68th prime number, and fentanyl was approved by the feds in 68, just like the year coronavirus was coined. Remember, Oregon, my home state, this year, a leap year, March 8, 3/8 was the 68th day of the year. Oregon equals 38, like fentanyl. The governor announced they're overturning the legalization of fentanyl, or really it was decriminalized. They weren't punishing it. But Oregon and fentanyl, both 38 on 3/8. She makes the announcement. Her full name equals 68. Fentanyl since 68. It was funny. I was out in Portland to educate about that. Some people thought I was injured, and somebody walked by and they go like this. They go, "You're a wacko." Like, yeah, actually, you're a short bus rider. You know what I mean? You know, when the moron is confronted by the intelligent one, they so often think the intelligent one is crazy. It's like, no, I'm just light years ahead of you. I'm just like a million miles ahead of you, slowpoke. But yeah, there's that. And then just reminding some, again, this is the day after the Young Thug headline about his connection with the trial. And Young Thug and Gunna listed in a RICO charge on May 9th. Look, familiar number pattern? May 9th, September 5th. What do they have in common? They're both 5'9", right? They're both 5'9". Both 5'9" dates. So now we have this. Again, it was just yesterday that Rich Homie Quan, who's dead, was in the headline about the Young Thug trial, which stems from this. And remember, Young Thug's girlfriend and mother of his children died after his Punk album was put out. And that was 154 days after it came out, like Ritual Sacrifice is 154. So, Oh, hold on. That's the one I wanted. All right. Those are the things I just want to make sure that I figure if I do 2 videos on the same topic, then people are more likely to see it. Yesterday, all day after I did the video on the Georgia shooting, people are leaving comments all day. How come you're not covering the Georgia shooting? And this is my life every day. It's just so frustrating. It's like, God. Do people not understand that my channel is shadow banned, so I'm not showing up in your notifications? How hard is it to click on somebody's channel and click the video tab and then click the live tab and see if there's some new content there? That's why my channel's been ruined, because people over the last 6 years have not been able to evolve and figure out how to even find a video without it showing up in their feed. If it didn't show up in their feed, it doesn't exist. God, it's just, you guys make it too easy for them to censor content creators, because you can't figure out how to even use the simple platform where you have to do like 2 clicks to overcome the hurdle. You guys have no idea how annoying it is to live the same existence every day. Hey, how come you haven't covered this? It's like, well, the video's been out for 5 hours. I mean, in the last 5 hours, did you check? It's been there. Every day it's the same thing. It's just Groundhog's Day every day. All right, let's go out to Judd Smith. I'm going to call up Sheriff Judd Smith. And honestly, I don't think Judd Smith knows that his name equals 440 or 4049. Might be like some commander in his lodge who knows it does. So they're like, we're summoning you today, Judd. Today is your day, Judd, to go deliver the message we need out there. Guns are bad, okay?
The Bexar County Sheriff's Office in Wilder, Georgia. If this is an emergency, please hang up and dial 911. If you know your party's extension, you may dial it at any time. Please pay close attention as the menu options have changed. For information on an individual inmate or the Bexar County Detention Facility and its policies, press 1. If you would like to have a deputy dispatched to your location to file a report, press 2. If you need to speak with someone in the Sheriff's Office Investigations Division, press 3. If you need an accident or...
Please wait while I transfer your call.
You have reached the desk of Bobby Ann Peters, the Bexar County Sheriff's Office Criminal Investigations Division. I am either away from my desk or taking another phone call. Please feel free to leave a message and I will return your call at my earliest convenience. If you are calling to follow up on a report that you have filed, please include your case number. If this call requires an immediate response, please hang up and call 911. Thank you for calling and I hope you're having a great day.
You may start your message now. Press 0 to return to the attendant.
Hi, my name is Zachary Hubbard. I'm an author, have 2 books, Letters and Numbers and Number Games. In both of those books, I focused on the topics of state-sponsored mass shootings, where really it's the government that's the perpetrator and they blame it on some fictional boogeyman or some little MK Ultra plant like, say, a Colt Gray, which is funny because that's a model of an AR-15 rifle. And you guys said he was 14, which does mean he was in his 15th year of life. But what I educate about is how it's all numerical ritual. And of course, the Masons, which are connected to the police, they etch on the temple, all is number, the Pythagoras quote. So you take yesterday, September 4th, 9/4, and you got a shooting at a school with the address 940, just days before the anniversary of the 94 assault weapons ban. And of course, half the world writes the date 4/9. And then you guys had to come out with 4 dead, 9 injured. And let's not kid ourselves. Georgia's the 4th state in order of statehood, and 4 is associated with death to the occult. And the practice of coding numbers into words, which is a component of Kabbalah, which Masonry is based in, as we know, thanks to Albert Pike. The phrase gun control equates to 49, and so does the name Judd Smith, which is the office I'm calling. And, you know, this is nothing new. I've been calling sheriff's office about this for over 11 years now because it's just the same thing every single time. It's like, look at this. The sheriff's name equals the date equals the numbers reported in the story. again, you know, we the taxpayers pay your guys' salaries, and I know everybody has to feed themselves, and you have families too, and a lot of people go to their workplace and do something that's probably not in the best interest of anybody, but it pays the bills. I think if you're, you know, swearing in and taking oaths and supposedly upholding the Constitution and doing it for the service of others, I don't think it's very cool, you know, to go before the public and lie about blatant propaganda, especially when it might undermine our rights and liberties. And there's a lot more I could say about this, like how in the Gematria Code, Georgia equals 44, like shooting, like officer, like department, like Brian Kemp, and it happened exactly 44 weeks into his age. But yeah, maybe Judd Smith would like to get a copy of my book. I've made him free to download on my website, and then maybe he'd like to resign and maybe start up a YouTube channel, because God forbid, we know they're not going to let him tell the truth on the news, but maybe he could go on and, you know, be a YouTuber and be like, hey, listen, I'm the sheriff who was just made to lie to the populace of the United States, and I just want to be the first sheriff to come out and set the people free, you know, and leave off the dumb part at the end of the word, you know, because I really think that's what's going on here, the freedom, you know what I mean? 4 dead, 9 injured on 4-9 at building 940, you know what I mean? Freedom. Wave those 13 stripes after 13 years of slave school. It's funny how in the 13 years of slave school, they started off with the ABC 1, 2, 3 up on the top of the ceiling, the border that almost all of us had in the classroom. It's like you guys almost told us the truth from the beginning. So yeah, Judd, when you're at the temple tonight, tell them it's time to get blackballed. You're stepping out of the ring. You're coming off your square. You're going to let the truth be heard. You're going to be an American hero, you know? So if you guys want to call me back, the number's 509-560-4982. By the way, also in Georgia, close to your jurisdiction, you got a dead rapper today, supposedly from an overdose. That's not what happened. That's not what happened. Every year I'm talking about dead black entertainers on this day. It's sick. Kill equals 59, like slave, Negro, blues, and Rasta. And again, there's a song out there, Murder by Numbers, where killing's the sport of the elected. And it's as simple as ABC is 1, 2, 3. And that song's by the police. And so often it's the police giving these bogus reports. I'm just wondering, you guys got killers on payroll? What's going on in there? I think you guys need a thorough investigation in-house. Do we got taxpayer dollars going to police killers? I think we do. I think there's a lot of evidence. Again, reading my book, you'll be blown away. You'll be blown away how much evidence I got. So, you guys want to be real American heroes? Hop on the tube and drop some truth bombs. Until next time, Truth Seeker.
Your callback number is 206.
Oh, don't listen close.
1172.
Whatever. People already put my phone number out there anyway.
Different callback number. Press 4 followed by the pound key to leave no callback number. Press 7 to review your message. 3 to discard your message and record over.
Shout out to Zach Hubbard, man. Gematria Effect, check him out. He called the sheriff. That shit is hilarious, bro. He called the sheriff's office on there. All right, someone play Tariq Nasheed's a little bit of this dude's what's the name? A little bit of his interview with this Republican man, and I'm out. All right. All right, man. Fair use 1976 under the Copyright Act. This gives me allowance to report this video for commentary and educational purposes. All right.
Bill Saley, how are you, sir?
Hey, Tariq, I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. So you're out here in California, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, indeed. Now, Bill, what exactly happened at the reparations assembly meeting? Or it wasn't a reparations assembly meeting. They were introducing different bills, from what I understand, right?
Yeah. So, and actually wasn't too familiar with this prior to Saturday. You know, honestly, it's been primarily a Democratic effort, and they've been working on the bills. I had been working on them. So what happened was Saturday was the deadline to pass any bills in California. We have a deadline, midnight, August 31st. That's it. Everything has to be passed by that date.
Yeah.
So the two bills I think you're referring to by Senator Bradford would create the reparations task force or reparations bureau to oversee the process. And I think he had a bill to create a fund.
Yes.
These two bills passed the Senate And they went to the assembly. They got to pass both the Senate and the Assembly in California to make it to the governor. Well, my understanding is that the word came down from the governor's office to not pass the bills. He did not want the bills on his desk. Again, I am not in the room with the Democrats. I don't know. I'm just telling you what I heard happened.
That's what I heard too. Yeah.
Okay, so he didn't want the hot potato or the political football, whatever you want to call it. He didn't want it in his court. So he told them to not pass the bill. So I showed up to work like normal. I knew that was one of the many bills we were debating. And I just want to be fully transparent with you because I think it's important that, we have an honest conversation. I have not been supportive of the bills to date. I mean, I think it's a conversation we should have because I don't know that I have a full understanding of what the reparations process would look like and all that stuff. But I just want to put that to the side for a minute. We were happy to have that conversation separately. But I want to just talk about what happened Saturday, which is I saw a bunch of frustrated Americans in the Capitol. They were in the Capitol. They were mad as hell, and they felt betrayed. And so I talked to a couple of them, like, what's going on? What's going on? They told me that they'd been working on this reparations bills. I think one of them is Camilla Moore. Camilla Moore. She was the attorney. She told me she was on the task force and that the Democrats were now ignoring them, refusing to put the bills up for a vote, wouldn't talk to them, were walking by them, mocking them. And I thought that was rude and disrespectful. So they asked me if I would put the bill up for a vote. And, I thought about it and I said, you know what? Even if I don't agree with it, this is a deliberative body. We should have the conversation. We should have a debate, and we should take a vote so we know where everyone stands on the issue. And then we have an election in 2 months, and then people know who stands for what, and you can vote accordingly and the whole thing. So I'm in favor of having the debate and discussing it and taking the vote. But the only way, there was a lot of games played. So I tried to bring it up just in regular order. They said I was out of order. We're not taking that bill up right now. So I said, okay, fine. I'll make a motion to take the bill up. And they said, well, you need a second. A second just means that one other member of the assembly has to join your motion, and then we would take it up for a vote, and not one person would agree to take it up with me. And then they pulled the bill. I was going to try a third time, to be honest with you. And then they moved the bill to the inactive file, which really caught me off guard. I tried to challenge in the moment, but they didn't let me. The bill to be moved into the inactive file. It's under our rules. Come to find out, they did that without the senator's consent or permission. So they just did it because they didn't want me to be able to keep trying to bring the bill up. So that's the long story, short version of the several hours that transpired on Saturday night on what happened with the bills.
Wow, that's interesting. So none of the Democrats that were there who were supposed to be stumping for this bill, nobody seconded your motion at all.
No, and in fact, when I stood up to make the request, there was like a 10-minute pause because they didn't know what to do. And I had a lot of members come up to me and just beg me to not do this. Please don't do this. Please. They said I was going to be endangering other members. They're getting threats on their lives, and I'm going to be responsible for that. I just don't, I think we're all mature adults as politics. If someone's making threats, then, we have law enforcement to deal with that. But I'm not going to chill my speech and what I'm going to do based on what some crazy person does out there. I mean, so I don't know. That stuff doesn't work with me, but they try to emotionally manipulate me first. And then when they saw that I was not going to back down, then they just kind of hunkered down and came up with this other strategy to get rid of the bills by moving them to the inactive file.
Yeah. Now, as you said, I've seen some of your tweets in the past, and you seem like you were basically against reparations to a certain degree. So people would ask, if you were in the past against reparations, why would you push to move the bill forward from a personal standpoint?
Well, from a personal standpoint, I would say there's two things. One is I think reparations is a very broad term. So I guess we can have specific conversations. I'm not against making investments in our community. in particular communities or disadvantaged communities or whatever that looks like. I think Republicans have a lot of ideas of how to deal with some of the past inequalities and stuff that's happened, and how do we right that? How do we invest in the right place? So I think there's other ideas Republicans are open to, like school vouchers, so people can send their kids to private school instead of the failing public school. The other thing that really got me, and I'm going to be honest with you, this body, this legislature, voted this year to spend billions of dollars on illegal immigrants. Mm-hmm. Healthcare, universal, free, unlimited healthcare. Anybody can show up here day one, and they're going to get free universal healthcare. That cost us $5 billion just this year to implement. Then they voted for this down payment assistance. So illegal immigrants would be able to get up to $150,000 for down payment assistance to buy a home. Mm-hmm. And so I'll be honest with you. If the question in me was, would I rather spend the $5 billion on illegal immigrants or spend it on Americans here on this reparations thing? I think I'd probably give it to the Americans. I'll just be honest with you. So I don't run the place, so I'm in a unique position. I don't get to make the policies. I get to kind of just, challenge things that I see come up. When I see things that are wrong, speak up. And, and I do think that is a choice. You have $5 billion for illegal immigrants, but, they're using this argument there's no money for the fund, which is why they claim they didn't want to pass it. And I don't even know how much money that we were talking about here. It's probably millions, but I don't like that. So that those were the two things on my mind.
Right, and that's our argument.
They call out their hypocrisy. I mean, this is a political thing, right? I mean, I'm a Republican, they're a Democrat. When I see them taking advantage and using people, of course I want to point that out and point out their hypocrisy and make them accountable to their voters. So there is also that as well.
Absolutely.
I mean, I'm not.
Absolutely. So how do you feel about the Democrats whenever they bumble something deliberately, they turn around and then they point the finger to the Republicans? Because they can't do this. This is why they were so upset about it, because this time they can't sit here and point the finger at the Republicans this time.
No, I mean, look, they run the place. Let's be clear. So in the Senate, they own the Senate. In the Assembly, we have 80 seats. Do you know how many seats they hold out of 80? 62.
Wow.
They have 62 seats. Republicans, we have no power whatsoever in the legislature. We're 18 out of 60. They have 62 seats. And then the governor's Democrat as well. So when it comes to state government and state policy, you're right. The Republicans, we're not responsible for anything. We haven't had a Republican in power in state government since Arnold Schwarzenegger left office in 2010. So they own everything, and I'm with you. I mean, they blame everything, the affordability, homelessness, everything is somehow Republican fault, but they run the place.
Yeah. So as far as what's going on out here in California, there's a lot of stuff. The immigration thing, that's draining a lot of our resources.
That's true. That's true, man. I mean, damn. What's there to decide? Giving the Americans something or giving the foreigners something, man. That's a no-brainer right there to me. I'm about to play a little bit more. I'm about to get off here right now.
A lot of money is being sent to the Ukraine. A lot of spending is being done on non-American citizens. What's some of the Republican strategy to keep some of those resources within the citizens' community?
So I'll be honest, I think there's a divide in the Republican Party right now, because I think you have the traditional Republicans who I call them neocons. I mean, they're the ones who, it's like the Dick Cheneys of the world. They love war. They want to go to war. Somehow they always profit from going to war through these defense contracts and other things. So you have a part of the party that still is happy to fund billions of dollars and put us all in debt to fund all these wars. And then I think with Trump, you kind of have this new Republican, this new Republican wing growing, and it's America first. Okay. We don't want to fund wars in Ukraine. We don't want to fund, all these perpetual wars in the Middle East. We want to take care of our own people. I mean, we have crumbling infrastructure, schools, we have our own priorities here. And it's hard to justify sending $100 billion to a foreign country and there's never any money for anything here. It's becoming hard to square that. And I think that people are rejecting it. So one of the reasons, I like President Trump is when he was president, he didn't start any wars. We did not go to war. They tried to get him to go to war. He said, no, I'm not doing that. He was against the Iraq war from the start. So he's not a person that wants to go to war and get us in these perpetual wars. So I do think, he will hopefully get peace, get us out of there, and let's focus on America, building up our economy. Some of the policies you mentioned, one thing he worked on with Senator Tim Scott, which I thought was a great idea, were opportunity zones. So they picked out zip codes of disadvantaged communities, and they told investors, if you invest money in these zip codes, you do not pay capital gains tax. So it's like huge tax benefits to bring in millions, billions of dollars in communities to get jobs and better infrastructure and all these things, and then lift up the whole community. So there are things definitely that I think Republicans can get behind, like strategies like that. But yeah, so I guess that's what I would say. The party's not a monolith. There's a fight within the party as well,
right,
on these issues.
Right, and there's been some pushback on the opportunity zones thing, because what happens is some people say that leads to a lot of gentrification. It's supposed to help the so-called disadvantaged community, but there's so many immigrants being flooded in these communities, and a lot of the money doesn't really trickle down to the Black people within those communities. This is why we are looking at reparations as a more viable solution for a lot of the issues, because we've been deprived economically. So we would need the same economic recompense for that deprivation. So if we're going to use any money, a lot of us are arguing we're going to have to get some type of direct cash payments that's going to be lineage based to foundational Black Americans. But that's another conversation we should have.
Yeah.
And again, we're open to having and starting a relationship with the Republicans, because with the Democrats, we've been supporting them for the last 60, 70 years. So they really owe us reparations times 10. They should have been passing this bill with flying colors. A lot of Black people are starting to look at the Republicans to see, okay, let's see what they have to say. There's a lot of things that the Black community disagrees with, but there are a lot of things that the Black community does agree with when it comes to the Republicans, because Black people, foundational Black Americans in particular, we're pretty conservative. We have a lot of conservative views. We've been here longer than almost anybody. We have deep-rooted traditions here. So a lot of our values are pretty much conservative. We like, we are into family structure. We like the church. We like religion. We like protecting ourselves. We like the Second Amendment. So there's a lot of things that are gelling with us when it comes to a lot of the conservative things. Unfortunately, you have a lot of extremists within the right-wing movement that kind of puts a sour taste in the mouths of a lot of people in Black society. But
can I just say something on that real quick? Because I do think the party's much more diverse than people understand. Like for me, for example, I'm the son of immigrants. My parents came from Lebanon. I'm first generation. They came here legally. My name is Bilal. I grew up. I'm the first Muslim elected to the legislature. So I'm not like what people think, as a typical Republican. I would say also, like, our party that right now we're about to pick a new chairman or chairwoman for the California Republican Party. And the next one lined up is Corinne Rankin. She'd be the first Black chairwoman of the California Republican Party. I understand she is a descendant of slavery from Louisiana. I was talking to her about this issue. So I do think it's important to open those lines of communications and have those in. The Republican Party, I would say, is not what it used to be, of just a bunch of, older white men type deal. It's becoming more diverse. And you could see it in the younger candidates and the more up and coming folks that are coming up in the party.
Absolutely. Bill, where can everybody find you, man? Where can we find you on social media?
Yeah, I'm on all the social media, Twitter, Instagram, everything.
All right, so I'm gonna get up off here, man. You know what I'm saying? I just had to get on there. They've been on here for 4 hours. Oh shit. Yeah, man. So everything. What I'm saying, what you think it is, man. News, media headlines, man. You just gotta be prepared. You're aware. It's news feed and stuff like that. What they tell people, man, and just gotta be aware, man. Just stay clear, man. Definitely watch the numbers. Watch everything. A lot of this stuff is just basically just propagandize everything and people and just keep people like sheeple, keep everybody thinking the same, having that same kind of fear. You see what I'm saying? That's all it is. I'm fearing people. So, you know what I mean? The wise should overcome all that. You see what I'm saying? So Shaq, you still up? Yeah, Shaq came on here, you see what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Bishop, Shannon, Jose, you know what I mean? Salute to the chat. Oh yeah, that came on, man. Until next time, I'm about to come back on here. If not tomorrow, Sunday or something like that. Sunday, Monday. Yeah, man. I had to really just go back on this little mass shooter thing and a couple other things in that lives, man. A lot of this stuff ain't what you think it is, man. It's all scripted. You see what I'm saying? But yeah, Shaq, you still on here? Word, you know what I'm saying? So follow Shaq and Shaq Waller, YouTube, Shaq Edwards on Facebook, you know what I'm saying? On Instagram. All right, so till next time, y'all, I'm gonna holla at y'all, man. You know what I'm saying? And salute. All right.